This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't drive at night without checking my rearview mirror every few seconds. It's been 8 months since that night near Willow Creek, but I haven't been able to shake the feeling of being watched. I've told a few friends about what happened, but I usually downplay it because I know how it sounds. Tonight, though, I need to get the whole thing off my chest. I've always loved night drives. There's something peaceful about cruising down empty roads with just your headlights cutting through the darkness. The radio playing softly, windows cracked to let in the cool air. It clears my head. My girlfriend Natalie has never shared my enthusiasm, especially when it comes to the back roads. "It's creepy out there, Michael," she'd always say. "You never know who's out there." I used to laugh at her for that. I don't laugh anymore. That night started like any other. We'd been at a friend's house for dinner about 40 minutes from Natalie's family farmhouse where we were staying for the weekend. It was around 11:30 when we left, and I decided to take the shortcut through Willow Creek Forest instead of the main highway. It would save us about 15 minutes, and honestly, I just preferred the drive. Tall pines on either side, no street lights, just us and the stars overhead through gaps in the canopy. Natalie was already on edge as we turned onto the dirt road that cut through the forest. "You know I hate this road," she said, pulling her jacket tighter around herself, even though it wasn't particularly cold in the car. "It'll be fine," I assured her. "We'll be at your parents' place in 20 minutes tops." The road was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 cars to pass each other, though you rarely encountered anyone else out there, especially that late. My headlights swept across the dense trees as we rounded each bend, creating shifting shadows that played across the windshield. The radio signal had gone spotty as soon as we entered the forest, so I'd turned it off. The only sounds were the crunch of tires on the dirt road and the soft hum of the engine. We were about 10 minutes in when I first saw him. My headlights caught a figure standing at the edge of the road, just standing there, completely still. It was a man in a dark hooded jacket facing away from us, positioned right at the tree line. At first, I thought maybe it was someone whose car had broken down, though I hadn't seen any vehicle. I slowed down instinctively. "Hey, do you see that guy?" Natalie leaned forward, squinting through the windshield. "What's someone doing out here this late?" The rational part of my brain kicked in. Maybe someone needed help. I rolled down my window as we approached and called out, "Hey man, you okay? Need a ride somewhere?" That's when he turned his head, just his head, while his body remained perfectly still, facing the trees. The hood cast his face in shadow, but I could feel his eyes on me. There was something wrong about the movement. Too smooth, too deliberate. He didn't say anything, didn't move any further, just stared. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the night air coming through the window. "Michael, drive," Natalie whispered, grabbing my arm. "Please, just drive." I didn't argue. I rolled up my window and pressed the gas, heart suddenly pounding in my chest. As we passed him, I couldn't help looking in my side mirror. He was still standing there, head now turned to follow our car, still not moving from his spot. "That was weird," I said, trying to sound casual even as I pressed a little harder on the accelerator. Probably just some local guy out for a walk. "At midnight in the middle of nowhere," Natalie's voice was tight. "Nobody takes walks here, Michael. There aren't even any houses for miles." She was right, of course. It made no sense. We drove in silence for about a minute before Natalie suddenly gasped. "Did you see that?" She was staring out her window into the woods. "See what?" I asked, my eyes fixed on the road ahead. I thought I saw something moving in the trees, like someone running. I glanced over but couldn't see anything beyond the dense wall of pines. "It's probably just a deer or something." But then I heard it too, rustling in the underbrush, keeping pace with our car. We were going about 40 miles per hour at that point. No animal moves that fast through thick forest, at least not while making that much noise. Michael ... Natalie's voice trembled. "It's nothing," I said firmly, more to convince myself than her. I pushed the car up to 50, then 55, the vehicle bouncing roughly on the uneven dirt road. The rustling kept pace. Then something darted across the road about 20 yards ahead of us. A dark shape that moved so quickly I couldn't make out details. I swerved instinctively, nearly sending us into the ditch. "What was that?" Natalie cried, gripping the dashboard. "I don't know," I admitted, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. I didn't get a good look. Whatever it was, it had been too big to be a fox or raccoon, but moved too low to the ground to be a deer, and it had been dark, unnaturally dark, like it was absorbing the light from my headlights rather than reflecting it. I pushed the car faster, the engine protesting as we hit 60 on a road that wasn't meant for speeds over 40. The trees were a blur now, but somehow, impossibly, the rustling kept pace with us, sometimes on the left, sometimes on the right, as if whatever was out there was zigzagging through the forest alongside us. Natalie was full-on panicking now, twisting in her seat to look out the back window. "Michael, I think it's him. The guy we saw. He's following us." "That's impossible," I said, but even as the words left my mouth, I wasn't sure I believed them. How could anyone move that fast through dense woods in the dark? Then came the worst moment of all. As we rounded a sharp bend, my headlights swept across the road ahead, and for a split second they illuminated that same hooded figure standing in the middle of the road. I swear to God, it was the same man, same stance, same hood, but we'd left him miles behind us. I slammed on the brakes, the car fishtailing on the dirt, but when the headlights stabilized again, the road was empty. "Did you see that?" I whispered. Natalie was crying now, nodding frantically. "How did he get ahead of us? Michael, how is that possible?" I didn't have an answer. I sat there for a moment, engine idling, staring at the empty road where I was certain I'd seen him standing just seconds before. The rustling had stopped. "Let's just get to the farmhouse," I finally said, putting the car back in drive. "We're almost there." Those last 10 minutes were the longest of my life. Every shadow looked like a person. Every tree branch scraping against the car sounded like fingers trying to get in. Natalie kept her eyes squeezed shut, whispering something under her breath that might have been a prayer. When we finally broke out of the forest and saw the lights of her family's farmhouse in the distance, I nearly cried with relief. The property sat about 100 yards back from the road, a large 2-story house with a wraparound porch. Normally, it looked picturesque and welcoming. That night, the distance between the road and the front door seemed like the longest stretch of exposed ground imaginable. I parked as close to the house as possible, and we both bolted from the car to the front door. Natalie fumbled with her keys, dropping them once before managing to get the door open. We practically fell inside, slamming and locking the door behind us. Her parents were away for the weekend, so the house was dark and quiet. We flipped on every light switch we passed as we moved through the house, checking that all the windows and doors were locked. "Should we call the police?" Natalie asked, her voice still shaking. I hesitated. What would we even say? That we saw a guy standing by the road who somehow kept pace with our car through dense forest? That we thought we saw him teleport ahead of us? They'd think we were drunk or high. "Let's just stay inside for now," I said. "We're safe in here." But I didn't feel safe. Not even close. We spent the night huddled together on the living room couch, jumping at every creak and groan of the old farmhouse. Sleep was out of the question. Around 3 in the morning, I could have sworn I heard footsteps on the porch. But when I carefully peeked through the curtains, there was nothing there. As dawn broke, the terror of the night began to seem almost dreamlike. The morning sun filtered through the windows, birds started chirping, and the forest that had seemed so menacing in the darkness looked normal again. We finally dozed off for a few hours as the day brightened, exhaustion eventually overcoming fear. When we woke up around noon, we tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was just some local weirdo trying to scare people. Maybe the rustling was an animal and our panicked minds connected it to the man we'd seen. Maybe the figure I thought I saw in the road was just a shadow or a deer, but deep down, I knew better. Whatever had followed us through those woods wasn't natural. The way it moved, the impossible speed, the feeling of malevolence that radiated from it, none of it made sense. We never saw the hooded figure again, not during the rest of our stay at the farmhouse and not on our drive back home, which we made sure to time in broad daylight, taking the long way around. But here's the thing that still haunts me. 3 days after we got back home, Natalie found a small branch on our front doorstep. Not just any branch, a pine branch with the distinctive needles that only grow in the Willow Creek forest. There are no pine trees anywhere near our apartment. I've driven that road through Willow Creek a few times since then, always during daylight hours, always with someone else in the car. Each time, I can't help scanning the trees, half expecting to see that hooded figure watching from between the pines. I never see anything, but that doesn't make me feel any better, because I know he's there, waiting in the darkness for the next person to drive that road at night. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I think about what might have happened if we'd stopped when we saw him in the middle of the road, or what would have happened if we'd gotten a flat tire in those woods, or if the farmhouse had been just a few minutes farther away. I don't take night drives anymore, and whenever I hear rustling outside my window at night, I don't look. I don't want to see what might be looking back. Story 2, I don't talk about this much. Even typing it out now makes my hands shake a bit. But after lurking in this community for months, I think it's time I shared what happened to me growing up in Pinewood Heights. I've been afraid of my family's bathroom for as long as I can remember, not like a normal kid fear of monsters under the bed that you grow out of. This was different, more specific, more real. Our house was pretty standard, a 2-story suburban home built in the mid-80s. My room was across from the main bathroom, the one everyone in the family used. It was nothing special, white tile, basic fixtures, a combination tub shower against the far wall. The only unusual feature was this high window above the shower. It had that textured privacy glass that distorts everything on the other side, making it impossible to see clearly through it. The window was positioned super high. You'd need a ladder to reach it from outside. By the time I was 14, I'd developed this whole system to minimize my time in there. I'd use the downstairs half bath whenever possible. I'd shower at the absolute fastest speed humanly possible, like Olympic level fast. My parents thought I was just being a typical teenage girl worried about hot water, but it was so much more than that. The worst part was the feeling I'd get while showering. It's hard to explain if you've never felt it, but it was this overwhelming sensation of being watched, not just casually observed, but intensely scrutinized. The feeling would start as this slight prickling on my skin, then gradually intensify until my entire body would tingle, especially the left side of my face. It felt like someone was standing inches away, breathing on me. I remember this one night during winter break when I was 14. It was a Tuesday evening, around 9 o'clock. My parents were downstairs watching some crime show, and I couldn't put off showering any longer. I'd been avoiding it for almost 3 days, but my mom had started making comments about my hair, so I knew I had to bite the bullet. I gathered my things, towel, pajamas, shampoo, and walked into the bathroom like I was heading to my execution. The moment I stepped inside, the air felt different, heavier somehow. I quickly locked the door behind me and turned on the shower, cranking the hot water all the way up to fill the room with steam. I had this idea that if I couldn't see the window clearly, then whatever might be out there couldn't see me either. Stupid logic, I know, but I was desperate. As the room steamed up, I undressed and jumped in, keeping my eyes down, focused on the drain or my feet, anywhere but that window. I went through my routine at warp speed, shampooing and conditioning in probably under 2 minutes flat. That's when it started. That feeling, like ice water trickling down my spine despite the hot shower. The hairs on my arms stood up and my skin erupted in goosebumps. The tingling on the left side of my face became so intense it almost burned. I froze, the conditioner still in my hair, water pounding against my back. "Just finish," I whispered to myself. Just finish and get out." I rinsed my hair with shaking hands, turned off the water and yanked the shower curtain open. I grabbed my towel and wrapped it around myself as quickly as possible, my wet feet slipping a bit on the tile floor. The bathroom was completely fogged up now, the mirror covered in condensation, the window just a blurry rectangle of dim grey light. I started drying off, keeping my back to the window. I don't know why, but something in me was screaming not to look at it. Like some primal instinct was trying to protect me from what I might see. But you know how it is when someone tells you not to think about a pink elephant. Suddenly, all you can think about is pink elephants. The more I tried not to look at the window, the more aware of it I became. It was like this magnetic pull on my attention. I remember thinking, "This is stupid. There's nothing there. It's just a window. It's so high up, nobody could even reach it." So I looked. God, I wish I hadn't looked. Through the fogged glass and steam, pressed against the textured window pane, was a face. A man's face. Not just peeking in, but pressed hard against the glass, distorting his features, making them appear elongated and wrong. His eyes were wide open, unblinking, staring directly at me. His mouth was slightly open, like he was about to speak. The window was at least 10 feet off the ground outside. I screamed. Not a movie scream, but this horrible choking sound that ripped from my throat. I stumbled backward, tripping over the edge of the tub, and fell hard onto the bathroom floor. My elbow hit the tile with a crack that shot pain up my entire arm. The towel came unwrapped, and I was suddenly both terrified and humiliated, scrambling naked on the bathroom floor. My parents heard the commotion and came running. My dad pounded on the door, shouting my name, asking if I was okay. I couldn't even answer. I just kept staring at the window, but the face was gone. When I finally managed to unlock the door with trembling fingers, my parents burst in. My mom helped me up while my dad checked to make sure I hadn't cracked my head open or something. When they asked what happened, I tried to explain between sobs about the face at the window. My dad's reaction is something I'll never forget. His expression shifted from concern to irritation in seconds. He walked over to the window, looked out. He had to stand on the edge of the tub to reach it, and then turned back to me with this dismissive look. "Sophia, that's impossible. There's nothing out there but the roof of the garage. No one could reach this window without a 20-foot ladder, which we don't have." He ran his hand through his hair, clearly frustrated. "You need to stop with this bathroom nonsense. You've been acting weird about it for years, and it's getting old." My mom tried to calm him down, suggesting maybe I'd seen a reflection or a shadow, but I could tell she was just trying to smooth things over. Neither of them believed me. My dad eventually stormed out, muttering something about teenage dramatics. That night, I slept with my desk chair propped under my doorknob. I didn't shower again for almost a week, using baby wipes and dry shampoo until my mom finally forced me to get in there. I started showering only when both my parents were home, in the middle of the day, with music blasting to drown out any sounds I might hear from outside. The worst part was living with the knowledge that something impossible had happened, and no one believed me. I started doubting myself. Maybe it was a trick of the light, maybe I hallucinated it, but deep down, I knew what I saw. Those eyes, staring at me through impossible distance, had been real. After that night, I felt the watching sensation nearly every time I used that bathroom, but I never looked at the window again. Not once. I would turn my back to it while brushing my teeth. I would shower with my eyes closed or fixed on the tiles. When I graduated high school, I couldn't wait to get away to college, to live in a dorm with communal bathrooms that felt safer than my own homes. Fast forward to when I was 25, I'd moved several states away for work, but came back to visit my parents for Christmas. The house felt smaller, as childhood homes always do when you return as an adult, but that bathroom still made my skin crawl. On my third night home, my dad had gone to bed early, and my mom and I were sitting in the kitchen drinking tea. We'd been talking about random things, my job, her garden, neighborhood gossip, when somehow the conversation drifted to childhood fears. "Remember how scared you were of the upstairs bathroom?" she asked, smiling slightly like it was just a cute childhood quirk. My stomach nodded up. "Yeah, I remember. You were so convinced someone was watching you through that window." She shook her head, still smiling. but there was something off about it. "Mom," I said slowly, "I know what I saw that night." She was quiet for a long moment, staring into her tea. Then, in a voice so low I almost missed it, she said, "I know you did. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach." "What?" She glanced toward the stairs, making sure my dad was really asleep. Then she leaned forward. "I've seen him too." My blood turned to ice. "What do you mean?" "The man at the window." Her hands trembled slightly as she set down her mug. "I've seen him a few times over the years, always when I'm alone in the shower, always just watching." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. After all these years of thinking I was crazy or had imagined it, my mom had seen the same thing and never said a word. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked, my voice cracking. "Why did you let me think I was making it up?" She looked ashamed. "Your father, he's so practical. He doesn't believe in anything he can't explain. I didn't want to cause problems, and I thought maybe if we didn't acknowledge it, it would go away." "But it didn't, did it?" I pressed. Mom shook her head. "No, but I found a way to deal with it." She looked up at me, her eyes tired. "Whenever I feel him watching, I say the same thing. We don't have anything to do with each other. You go your way, I'll go mine, and then he leaves." I sat there stunned. All those years of fear, of thinking I was losing my mind, and my own mother had been experiencing the same thing in silence. "Does Dad know?" I asked. "Of course not. He'd think we're both crazy." We sat in silence for a while after that. There was something both validating and deeply unsettling about knowing I hadn't imagined it. That face at the window had been real, and my mother had been seeing it too, long before I ever did. I asked her if she knew who or what it was, but she just shook her head. She had no more answers than I did, just a method of coping that had worked for her. I don't live in Pinewood Heights anymore. I don't think I could ever move back, but sometimes, even in my apartment 1,500 miles away, I feel that familiar tingling on the left side of my face when I'm in the shower. I never look at the window, and I always say my mother's words, just in case. We don't have anything to do with each other. You go your way, I'll go mine. It always works, but I still wonder who he is and why he chose our bathroom window. What does he want? And most disturbingly, how does he reach a window that high? Story 3. I've been holding this in for almost 20 years, and I think it's finally time I share what happened. I worked as a deputy in the Antelope County Sheriff's Department from 1996 to 2004, and what I experienced there still gives me nightmares. Sheriff Gerald Keller seemed like the perfect lawman when he was elected in '97. Tall, imposing, with that perfect mustache and commanding presence that made you feel safe just being around him. Everyone in our small community trusted him completely. Crime rates were low, and people would wave at patrol cars instead of tensing up when they drove by. Things felt secure under his watch. I admired him at first, we all did. He knew everyone by name, remembered their kids' birthdays, showed up at community events. He was tough on crime, but always fair. At least that's what we thought. Looking back, there were signs I should have noticed. The way he'd sometimes disappear for hours without explanation, how he kept certain case files locked in his personal office. The strange mood shifts he'd have after returning from solo patrols in the northern part of the county. It started with little things, evidence that would go missing from the lockup, reports that got lost in filing, witness statements that somehow never made it to the county prosecutor. I chalked it up to small-town bureaucracy and underfunding. We were always short-staffed, always overworked. Mistakes happen. Then people started disappearing. Not locals, usually, mostly drifters, hitchhikers, people passing through who wouldn't be immediately missed. The first was a young woman who'd been hitchhiking along Highway 81 in early '98. Her boyfriend reported her missing after she never arrived at their meeting point. Keller personally took the report, assured the boyfriend we'd do everything possible, then filed the report in what we called the cold drawer before any real investigation happened. I questioned him about it once. "Sheriff, shouldn't we put out a BOLO on that missing hitchhiker?" He gave me this look I'll never forget. Something cold flickered behind his eyes for just a second. Then he smiled and put his hand on my shoulder, squeezing just a little too hard. "Thompson," he said, using my last name like he always did when he was being serious. "These drifter types disappear all the time. She probably just decided to move on. We've got real crimes to solve." And that was that. I trusted him. We all did. More disappearances followed over the years. A truck driver whose rig was found abandoned at the county line, a college student on a cross-country trip, a door-to-door salesman who'd been working the rural routes. Each time, Keller would take personal interest in the initial report. Then somehow the case would fade away, paperwork buried, leads unfollowed. By 2003, I was starting to have doubts. The pattern was too clear, but I couldn't bring myself to believe what my gut was telling me. This was Sheriff Keller, the man who'd helped Mrs. Peterson deliver her baby during that blizzard in '99 when the ambulance couldn't get through. The man who'd personally paid for Tommy Wilson's diabetes medication when his family couldn't afford it. How could someone like that be involved in anything sinister? Everything changed in October 2004. I remember the exact date, October 12th, because it was my birthday and I was supposed to be off duty. Instead, I got called in because we had a visitor from the FBI. Agent Lisa Harmon arrived in a black SUV with tinted windows. She was nothing like the TV FBI agents, no sunglasses or stern expression, just a petite woman with curly hair and a disarming smile. She told us she was investigating interstate drug shipments, specifically looking at rural distribution networks. Made sense. We'd had our share of meth problems like everywhere else. Keller was different around her from the start. Tense, agitated. He kept finding reasons to cut their meetings short, kept trying to assign other deputies to work with her instead of handling it himself like he normally would with any major case. About a week into her investigation, Agent Harmon asked to speak with me privately. We met at a diner in Nelai, about 20 minutes from the station. I still remember the vinyl booth squeaking as I slid in across from her, the smell of burnt coffee in the air. "Deputy Thompson," she said, stirring her coffee without drinking it. "I need to be straight with you. I'm not here about drugs." My stomach dropped. Somehow I already knew what was coming. "I'm investigating a pattern of disappearances along Interstate 80 and Highway 81 that began around 1997. 11 people have gone missing along these routes, all last seen in or near Antelope County." "And you think they're connected?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. "I know they are," she said, sliding a file across the table. "And I think you might know who's responsible." Inside was a timeline of disappearances, each one matching my own mental list I'd been trying to ignore. But seeing them laid out like that, with dates, photos, last known locations, it made it impossible to deny anymore. "We've been tracking cell phone data from the victims," she continued. "The last ping from 3 separate phones came from the same general area, rural property about 15 miles north of here." I felt sick. "Sheriff Keller's land." She nodded, watching my reaction carefully. "We're executing a search warrant tomorrow morning. I wanted to give you a heads up because this is going to hit your department hard." I barely slept that night. Part of me wanted to warn Keller, to give him a chance to explain. He'd been my mentor, my friend. But the evidence was too damning, the pattern too clear. The next morning I joined the FBI team as they approached Keller's property, a 100-acre spread with a farmhouse and large barn that had been in his family for generations. He wasn't home when we arrived, which later turned out to be lucky for us. He was responding to a call on the other side of the county. The house search turned up nothing unusual, but the barn. God, the barn. It looked normal at first. Farm equipment, tools, hay bales. But Agent Harmon's team knew exactly what they were looking for. They found a trap door hidden under a workbench, leading to a concrete room beneath the barn floor. I insisted on going down with them. I needed to see it for myself, needed to know if the man I'd trusted for 7 years was really capable of what I was starting to suspect. The room was about 15 by 20 feet, with cinder block walls and a drain in the center of the concrete floor. There was a metal table, restraints, tools hanging on the wall that had no place on a farm. But what still haunts me were the shelves along one wall, carefully organized with boxes, each labeled with a name and date. Rebecca Simmons, March 12, 1998. The Hitchhiker, Marcus Doyle, November 30th, 1999. The Truck Driver, Jennifer Walsh, July 4, 2001. The College Student, and more. 11 boxes in total, each containing personal effects, wallets, jewelry, driver's licenses. Some had locks of hair, carefully preserved, trophies. I threw up in the corner of that room. I couldn't help it. 7 years I'd worked alongside this monster. 7 years I'd looked up to him, trusted him, defended him when others questioned his methods. The worst part was finding the case files, the real ones, not the sanitized versions in our office. Keller had been meticulously documenting everything, including how he'd staged evidence to implicate others. He'd created false leads that he would then assign deputies to investigate, keeping us busy chasing phantoms while he literally controlled both the crimes and their investigation. I was looking through these files when we got the call that Keller was heading back to his property. Someone had tipped him off about the search. Agent Harmon ordered everyone to secure positions, expecting the worst. I'll never forget the look on his face when he pulled up and saw the FBI vehicles. There wasn't surprise or confusion, just cold, calculating rage. He knew exactly what we'd found. He tried to run, got back in his patrol car and took off down his long driveway. The FBI had blocked the exit, so he veered off across his own field, heading for the tree line that bordered his property to the north. They caught him about a mile into the woods. I wasn't there for the arrest, but I heard he went down fighting, broke an agent's nose before they subdued him. The aftermath was brutal for our community. People couldn't believe the man they'd trusted, the man who'd been in their homes, who'd looked after their children, was responsible for such horror. His ex-wife came forward during the investigation, telling authorities something that still chills me. She said Keller once told her, "A sheriff is like God in a small town. No one would ever believe anything bad about him as long as he was wearing the badge." And he was right. We didn't. I didn't. Not until it was impossible to deny any longer. The investigation eventually revealed that Keller had been targeting vulnerable victims from the moment he took office. He'd use routine traffic stops to identify potential targets, people traveling alone, people who wouldn't be immediately missed. He'd use his authority to get them alone, then make them disappear. What happened to the bodies? We never found them. Keller refused to say, taking that secret with him to prison. The prevailing theory is that he disposed of them in old wells or mine shafts that dot the rural landscape. The FBI brought in cadaver dogs, ground-penetrating radar, every resource they had, but nothing was ever found. I resigned from the department after the arrest. Couldn't bear to put the uniform on anymore. Moved to Lincoln for a while, then eventually out of state altogether. Needed a fresh start somewhere people didn't know me as one of Sheriff Keller's deputies. It's been almost 20 years now, but I still have nightmares about that room under the barn. Still wonder how many signs I missed, how many lives might have been saved if I'd trusted my instincts sooner. The case became a study at the FBI Academy, I'm told, an example of how positions of authority can be used as weapons against the very communities they're meant to protect. In Antelope County, I hear people still check their locks twice at night, still feel uneasy when a patrol car drives slowly past their house. Sometimes I wonder if there were others before '97, before he became sheriff, or if the badge was what gave him the power and opportunity he craved. I'll never know, but I do know that evil can wear a uniform, can hide behind a badge, can shake your hand and look you in the eye while harboring the darkest of secrets, and that's the scariest thing of all. Story I've been putting off writing about this for ages. Even now, my hands are shaking just thinking about it. But I need to get this out somewhere, and maybe someone here has gone through something similar or can make sense of what happened to me. I moved to Geraldtown about 2 years ago. It's this small coastal town north of Perth. Beautiful beaches, amazing sunsets, tight-knit community, all that picture-perfect Australian postcard stuff. I needed a fresh start after university, and a friend's cousin knew someone renting out a cheap granny flat, perfect for a 23-year-old with an arts degree and massive student debt. Jobs weren't exactly plentiful, so when I landed a bartending gig at the Crayport Tavern, I was over the moon. It wasn't glamorous, just your typical local pub where fishermen and townies drank away their paychecks. The pay was decent enough, especially with tips, and most of the regulars were friendly. Working nights wasn't ideal, but I didn't have much choice. The tavern had its cast of characters. There was old Pete, who always ordered the same whiskey and told the same 3 fishing stories. The young guys from the boat maintenance yard who came in after their shifts, reeking of fish and motor oil. The group of middle-aged women who did trivia on Wednesdays. And then there was Darren Ward. I still get a chill saying his name. Darren stuck out from the beginning, tall, lanky, with this pale skin that never seemed to see the sun, despite living in one of the sunniest places in Australia. He had this way of sitting at the far end of the bar, nursing the same beer for hours, just watching. At first I thought he was just shy or socially awkward. God, I wish that's all it had been. He started coming in more frequently about 3 months after I began working there, always on my shifts, always sitting in the same spot, always ordering the same thing, a pint of Carlton, no food. He barely spoke to anyone else, but whenever I served him, he'd have these questions. They started innocent enough. "You're not from around here, are you?" Or, "How long have you been in Geraldtown?" Basic small talk, I thought. That's part of the job when you're a bartender. But then the questions got more personal, more specific. "Do you live far from here?" he'd ask, his eyes never quite meeting mine, always fixed somewhere around my throat. "Which direction do you walk home? Past the fishing co-op or the other way? Don't you get scared walking alone at night?" My boss, Mick, was useless. When I mentioned feeling uncomfortable, he just shrugged and said, "Darren's harmless. Been coming here for years. Just a bit odd is all." That's the thing about small towns. Everyone gets a pass for being a bit odd if they've been around long enough. As summer turned to autumn, the nights got darker earlier, and the fog started rolling in from the ocean most evenings. We'd get these thick blankets of mist that turned the streetlights into hazy, glowing orbs, beautiful in photos, creepy as hell when you're walking home alone at midnight. I couldn't afford a car, and taxis in Geraldtown stopped running at 11. My flat was about 3 kilometers from the tavern, a nice walk during daylight, but increasingly nerve-wracking at night, especially knowing Darren Ward was watching me leave. It was a Thursday night in April when everything happened. I remember because we'd been unusually busy for a weeknight. Some local fishing crew had landed a big catch, and they were celebrating. The place was rowdy, filled with laughter and the smell of beer and sweat. I was run off my feet all night. I barely noticed Darren at first. He came in around 9, taking his usual spot, but instead of his normal Carlton, he ordered whiskey, then another and another. I'd never seen him drink hard liquor before. His eyes looked different too, wider, more alert, following me everywhere. Around 11, as the crowd thinned out, he called me over. "Claire," he said, and hearing my name in his mouth made my skin crawl. "You always walk home alone, don't you?" I mumbled something non-committal, trying to move away, but he grabbed my wrist. Not hard, but firm enough that I couldn't easily pull away without making a scene. "It's not safe," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "A pretty girl like you. Someone could be waiting. Someone could follow you." I yanked my arm back and told Mick I was taking my break. I hid in the storeroom, hands shaking, trying to decide what to do. I thought about calling in sick for my remaining shifts, about reporting Darren to the police. But what would I say? That a customer gave me creepy vibes? That he asked where I lived? It wasn't illegal to be a weirdo. When I came back out, Darren was gone. His glass was empty, payment left under it. I felt such relief that I almost laughed. Maybe he'd realized he'd crossed a line. Maybe he wouldn't come back. We closed up at midnight. Mick offered to give me a lift, but he lived in the opposite direction, and I didn't want to be a bother. Stupid, stupid pride. I assured him I'd be fine, like I always was. The night was unusually still. No breeze from the ocean, just this heavy, damp air and fog so thick I could barely see 20 meters ahead. The main street was deserted, just empty shop fronts with their security lights casting weak halos in the mist. I pulled my jacket tighter and started walking, my footsteps echoing on the pavement. The route took me past the fishing co-op, then the old cannery building that had been abandoned for years, before winding through a residential area to my flat. I was about halfway down the main street when I heard it. Footsteps behind me, heavy, deliberate. Not matching my pace, but steady, getting closer. I quickened my stride, not daring to look back. The footsteps sped up too. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I fumbled for my phone, but my hands were shaking so badly I dropped it. The clatter on the pavement sounded deafening in the quiet street. I crouched to grab it, and that's when I saw him, a tall, lanky silhouette in the fog, maybe 30 meters back, standing perfectly still now, watching. I didn't need to see his face to know it was Darren. I abandoned any pretense of calm and ran, past the darkened shops, past the co-op with its lingering smell of fish and salt. The fog disoriented me, familiar landmarks looming suddenly out of the whiteness and disappearing again. The footsteps behind me broke into a run too. The old cannery appeared ahead, a hulking shadow against the mist. I'd always avoided it at night. Its broken windows and graffiti-covered walls made it look like something from a horror movie, but now it offered shadows to hide in. I darted through the gap in the chain-link fence surrounding it, cutting my hand on the rusted metal. The pain barely registered. I could hear him behind me, breathing heavily now. Close. Too close. The cannery's main door was boarded up, but around the side was a broken window that local kids used to get in and drink or smoke. I squeezed through, feeling the jagged edges of glass tear at my jacket. Inside was pitch black and smelled of mold and urine and the ghost of processed fish. I crouched behind what felt like an old piece of machinery, trying to silence my breathing. My phone screen lit up, a message from Mick asking if I'd gotten home safe. The blue light felt like a beacon in the darkness. I turned it off immediately, but it was too late. I heard the scrape of someone coming through the window. Claire. Darren's voice echoed in the empty building. Soft, almost gentle. I know you're in here. I'm trying to help you. There are dangerous people around. I pressed myself harder against the cold metal, praying he wouldn't find me. The fog isn't safe tonight, he continued, his voice getting closer. They come with it. They're looking for people like you. I've seen them. His footsteps circled around the space. Glass crunched under his feet. I can protect you, Claire. I've been watching out for you all this time. A beam of light swept across the floor. He had a torch. The light moved methodically across the cannery floor, coming closer to my hiding spot. I had to move. Staying still meant certain discovery. As quietly as I could, I began to edge away from the machinery, keeping low to the ground. My foot hit something that rolled away with a clatter. The torch beam whipped in my direction. There you are, he said, his voice changing, hardening. Always running. Why do you always run from me? I bolted, no longer caring about noise. I ran deeper into the cannery, into rooms I didn't know, past looming shapes of old equipment. I could hear him behind me, not running but walking purposefully, like he knew I had nowhere to go. They're outside waiting, he called. You need me, Claire. You've always needed me. I found myself in what must have been the main processing room, a vast space with high ceilings and rows of what looked like conveyor belts. Moonlight filtered weakly through skylights overhead, casting everything in a ghostly blue glow. At the far end, I could make out another window, larger, less broken, an exit. I moved toward it, trying to stay in the shadows. I was halfway there when his torch beam found me again. "Stop running!" he shouted, his voice echoing madly off the walls. The gentleness was gone completely now. "I've been patient. I've waited. I've watched over you." He was between me and the window now, his torch beam blinding me. In its light I could see his face, contorted with a rage I hadn't seen before. In his other hand was something that gleamed dully in the torchlight. A knife. "The fog is full of them," he was saying, advancing slowly. "They take girls like you, pretty girls. I've seen them. I've been protecting you every night, following you home, making sure they didn't get you. But you never even noticed, never even thanked me." My back hit a wall. There was nowhere left to run. "Darren," I managed to say, my voice a terrified whisper. "Please, let me go. I won't tell anyone about this." He laughed, a horrible broken sound. "You don't understand. I'm saving you. From them." He raised the knife and I closed my eyes, certain I was about to die. Then came the noise, a metallic groan from somewhere above us. We both looked up. One of the ancient overhead pipes had broken free of its moorings and was swinging down. It hit Darren with tremendous force, sending him sprawling across the concrete floor. His torch went flying, spinning crazily before going out. I didn't wait to see if he was getting up. I ran for the window, smashing out the remaining glass with my jacket-wrapped arm, and squeezed through. I fell hard on the ground outside, the impact knocking the wind from my lungs, but adrenaline had me on my feet again. In seconds, I ran through the fog, not caring which direction, just away from the cannery, away from Darren. Eventually, I found myself on a residential street I recognized and made it to the police station. They found Darren still unconscious in the cannery. The pipe had fractured his skull. They also found a notebook in his jacket, filled with details about me. My schedule. The route I walked home, even what I wore each day. He'd been following me for months. In his flat, they discovered something even worse. A room with walls covered in photos of me, walking to work, serving at the bar, standing at my kitchen window, and pages of rambling writing about the fog people who were coming to take me and how only he could save me. The police said I was lucky, that the pipe falling was a freak accident that saved my life. But sometimes I wonder about the timing, about how a pipe that had held for decades would choose that exact moment to fall. About what might really be in the fog of Geraldtown. I moved away the next day. I've never been back, but on foggy nights, I still check the locks twice, and I never ever walk alone after dark. Story 5. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened in our house last year. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or demons or any of that supernatural stuff, but after what my wife Jessica and I experienced, I don't know what to think anymore. We bought our first house in Flint about 3 years ago. Nothing fancy, just a small 3-bedroom ranch built in the 70s on a quiet street with decent neighbors. The previous owners were an elderly couple who moved to Florida, and the place needed some updating but was structurally sound. Perfect starter home for us since Jess was already 2 months pregnant when we closed on it. I should mention that we brought Mimi with us, my black and white cat I'd had for about 5 years at that point. She was always a sweetheart, slept at my feet every night since she was a kitten, never caused problems. The first few weeks in the house were great. We painted the nursery, replaced some old carpet, and started settling in. I remember Jessica laughing about how quickly Mimi had adjusted, claiming every sunny windowsill as her personal property. Then things started getting off. It began with noises we couldn't explain. At first, I blamed the usual stuff. Old house settling, pipes expanding, neighbors moving around. You convince yourself it's normal because the alternative is too weird to consider. We'd hear thumping in the hallway at odd hours, sometimes scratching in the walls. Once, I swear I heard whispering coming from our spare bedroom at 3 in the morning, but when I checked, the room was empty. Mimi changed almost immediately, though it happened so gradually I didn't connect the dots until much later. She started avoiding the hallway between our bedroom and what would become the nursery. She'd sit at the entrance, tail twitching, staring at nothing. Then suddenly she'd tear through that section like her tail was on fire, fur all puffed out. Weird cat, I'd mutter, not thinking much of it. About a month after moving in, I saw something that I immediately tried to forget. I was walking to the bathroom late one night, half asleep, when I glimpsed what looked like a shadow standing at the end of that same hallway. Not a shadow cast by anything, it was just standing there, darker than the darkness around it. I froze, blinked hard, and it was gone. I told myself it was sleep deprivation playing tricks on me. Jessica mentioned seeing something similar a week later. We were sitting at breakfast and she casually said, "I think I saw someone in the hallway last night." My stomach dropped, but I played it cool. Probably just shadows from the tree branches outside the window. She nodded, but I could tell she didn't believe that any more than I did. Still, we didn't discuss it further. It's strange how you can know something is wrong but actively choose to ignore it. We had a baby coming. We couldn't afford to be spooked by our own house. As Jessica's pregnancy progressed, the atmosphere in our home deteriorated. The temperature would fluctuate wildly in certain rooms. The hallway was always freezing, even in summer when the rest of the house was uncomfortably warm. We'd find doors open that we distinctly remembered closing. Mimi's food bowl would be empty even though I'd just filled it. But the worst change was in us. Jessica and I had always been solid. The couple friends would roll their eyes at because we rarely fought. But in that house we couldn't stop arguing. Vicious, mean arguments over nothing. Dishes left in the sink, laundry not folded right, the tone of voice one of us used. I'd hear horrible, cutting words coming out of my mouth and think, "Who is saying these things? This isn't me." Jessica would transform before my eyes, her face twisting with a hatred I'd never seen before. She'd say things specifically designed to hurt me, pressing on insecurities and fears I'd only ever shared with her in moments of vulnerability. After these fights, we'd both be confused, almost shell-shocked. "I don't know why I said that," she'd whisper, tears in her eyes. "I don't feel like myself lately." I felt it too, this rage that would bubble up from nowhere, this contempt that wasn't actually mine. We were like puppets sometimes, saying and doing things neither of us wanted to do. The breaking point came when Jessica was 8 months pregnant. We had a massive fight over something ridiculous. I think I bought the wrong brand of prenatal vitamins. It escalated until I punched a hole in the hallway wall. I'd never been violent in my life, never even considered it. I stood there staring at my bleeding knuckles, terrified of what was happening to me. That night, I slept on the couch and had a dream so vivid it still makes my skin crawl. In it, I was lying exactly where I actually was, on our living room couch, but I couldn't move. I could hear something moving around the house, shuffling footsteps and dragging sounds. Then it entered the living room, a dark, hunched figure that seemed to absorb the light around it. It stood over me, and though it had no discernible face, I knew it was looking at me. "Soon," it said, in a voice like gravel being crushed. Then it turned and walked down the hallway toward our bedroom, toward Jessica. I woke up gasping, convinced it had been real. I ran to our bedroom and found Jessica sleeping peacefully, Mimi curled up at her feet. The cat raised her head and stared at me with eyes that seemed too knowing, too intelligent for an animal. Our son Ethan was born 2 weeks later. The joy of his birth temporarily overshadowed the strangeness in our house. For a brief time, things felt normal. We were exhausted new parents, but the oppressive atmosphere had lifted somewhat. We weren't fighting as much, but Mimi's behavior grew increasingly bizarre. She'd never been particularly needy, but now she demanded constant attention, yowling at all hours, knocking things off shelves and scratching furniture. Behaviors she'd never exhibited before. She'd stand outside Ethan's room and howl until one of us chased her away. Several times, we found her sitting in his crib while he slept, just staring at him. When Ethan was about 6 weeks old, something happened that I still can't explain rationally. I was alone with him one evening while Jessica took her first postpartum outing with friends. I had him on the changing table, doing that little exercise where you move the baby's legs like they're riding a bicycle. I was saying in that goofy dad voice, "Run, run, run, gonna be fast like daddy." And then, clear as day, I heard something, repeat my words from the doorway. "Run, run, run." The voice was like mine, but wrong, distorted, like someone trying to imitate me but not quite getting it right. I whipped around, heart pounding, but the doorway was empty, except for Mimi, sitting there, tail twitching, staring at me with those unblinking yellow eyes. I grabbed Ethan and backed away from the door, not taking my eyes off the cat. She just sat there, perfectly still, except for the rhythmic twitching of her tail. "What the fuck are you?" I whispered. "I swear to God," she smiled. Cats can't smile. But in that moment, Mimi's mouth curved in a way that was utterly unnatural. When Jessica got home, I tried to explain what happened, but it sounded insane even to me. She looked concerned, but suggested I was just overtired from newborn care. Maybe I'd dozed off standing up and dreamed it. Maybe it was my own echo. But I knew what I'd heard. After that night, I couldn't look at Mimi the same way. I started noticing things. How she always seemed to be wherever the negative energy in the house was strongest. How arguments would start shortly after she entered a room. How the temperature would drop when she stared at that specific spot in the hallway. How Ethan would cry inconsolably when she was near his crib, but stop the moment she left the room. The final straw came when I woke up at 3 a.m. to check on Ethan and found Mimi sitting on his chest, her face inches from his. He was awake but completely silent, eyes wide with what I can only describe as terror. No baby should be able to look that afraid. I snatched her off him and locked her in the laundry room for the rest of the night. The next morning, I told Jessica we needed to find Mimi a new home. "But you've had her for 5 years, Jessica protested. "She's part of our family." "I don't think that's Mimi anymore," I said, the words sounding crazy even as they left my mouth. Jessica started to argue but stopped abruptly when Mimi entered the kitchen. We both watched as she walked to her food bowl, looked directly at us, and deliberately knocked it over, spilling kibble across the floor. Then she turned and walked out, tail held high. Jessica's face went pale. "I'll call my sister," she said quietly. "She's been wanting a cat." I felt guilty as hell driving Mimi to Jessica's sister's house the next day. Had I imagined everything? Was I blaming an innocent cat for random house noises and the normal stress of new parenthood? But when I put her carrier down in Amy's living room and opened the door, Mimi wouldn't come out. She pressed herself against the back of the carrier, hissing at me in a way she never had before. "She's probably just stressed from the car ride," Amy said, but the look in Mimi's eyes was pure hatred. I left quickly, feeling like the worst pet owner ever. I cried on the drive home, genuinely mourning the sweet cat I'd raised from a kitten. It felt like she'd been replaced by something else, something that just wore her fur. The change in our house was immediate and dramatic. That evening, Jessica and I sat on the couch after putting Ethan down, and we both felt it. The heaviness was gone. The air seemed lighter, cleaner somehow. The constant tension in my shoulders released for the first time in months. "Do you feel that?" Jessica whispered, looking around in wonder. I nodded. "It's like someone opened all the windows, but they're closed." That night, we slept soundly for the first time since moving in. No strange noises, no arguments, no cold spots. The hallway that had always felt so wrong just felt like a hallway. It's been 7 months now. Our house feels normal. Just a regular house with a happy family inside. Jessica and I are back to our old selves. Ethan is thriving. We've never mentioned the possibility that something supernatural was happening, not directly. It's too bizarre to put into words, but sometimes I wonder about Mimi. Was something attached to her, using her, or was she herself something other? And the most disturbing question, did she act out deliberately to force us to remove her from the house? Was she protecting us, or Ethan, from whatever was in that hallway. I called Amy yesterday to check on Mimi. She said the cat has been a perfect angel since day one. Affectionate, well-behaved, sleeps on her pillow every night, exactly like the Mimi I'd known for years before we moved into that house. I don't have answers. I just know our home feels clean now. But sometimes, when I walk down that hallway late at night, I can't help but look over my shoulder, half expecting to see something darker than darkness standing there, waiting for its way back in. Story 6. I need to get this out. I've been dealing with this for 10 months now, and I'm at my breaking point. I don't know if writing about it will help, but I need to tell someone who won't immediately dismiss me or suggest medication. It started last January. At first, I thought they were just unusually vivid dreams. I've always been a vivid dreamer, but this was different. These weren't just dreams. They were experiences in another life, another reality that feels just as real as this one, maybe more real. I remember the first time it happened. I went to bed exhausted after a long day at work. Nothing unusual, but when I woke up, I wasn't in my apartment in Portland anymore. I was in a house I'd never seen before, yet somehow I knew exactly where everything was. I knew which floorboard creaked in the hallway, how to jiggle the bathroom doorknob just right so it would open, and that the kitchen window needed to be pushed up from the left side or it would stick. The scariest part wasn't being in an unfamiliar place, it was how familiar it felt. I had memories of living there for years. I remembered painting the living room walls that specific shade of blue-gray. I knew the history of the crack in the bathroom ceiling. This wasn't dream knowledge. These were actual memories that felt as real as anything I remember from my waking life. When I finally woke up in my actual bed, I was disoriented for hours. I kept reaching for things that weren't there, expecting my bedroom to be laid out differently. I found myself walking to the wrong side of my kitchen expecting to find the fridge, because that's where it is in the other place. I figured it was just a weird one-off experience, but the next night I went back, not to the same house, but to the same world, the same reality, and I remembered everything from the previous night like I'd never left. This has been happening every single night for 10 months. Every single night. The worst part is the loop I sometimes get trapped in. I'll wake up in that other reality, go about my day, go to sleep, and then wake up in yet another layer. I'm aware I'm dreaming, but I can't wake myself up. I've tried everything, pinching myself, screaming, telling myself to wake up. Nothing works. I just keep falling deeper and deeper, each layer getting darker and more terrifying. Last month, I got trapped in 7 layers. 7. By the time I reached the deepest one, I was in a twisted version of reality where everything felt wrong. The sky was too dark, people's faces were slightly distorted, and I kept hearing whispers that seemed to come from inside my own head. I was convinced I would never find my way back to my real life. When I finally did wake up for real, I sobbed for hours. I couldn't go to work. I was afraid to even leave my apartment because I wasn't sure if I was actually awake or if this was just another layer of the dream. The physical crossover is what really terrifies me. About 3 months ago, in one of these experiences, I was walking down a staircase when someone, or something I never saw it, pushed me from behind. I felt the impact on the back of my head as I fell forward. The pain was intense and immediate. I woke up gasping in my bed, my heart racing, and the pain was still there. The exact same spot on the back of my head was throbbing. I reached up and felt a tender lump that hadn't been there when I went to sleep. How do you explain that to anyone without sounding completely insane? I've tried talking to my doctor. She referred me to a psychiatrist who diagnosed me with some dissociative disorder and prescribed medication. I took it for 2 weeks. The dreams, or whatever they are, didn't stop, but they became hazier, like watching my other life through foggy glass. That was somehow worse. I felt like I was being pulled away from something real, something important. I stopped taking the meds. I've seen 2 therapists. Both suggested it was some form of escapism, that I was creating an elaborate fantasy world to deal with stress or trauma. But that's not it. I'm not creating anything. These places, these people, these experiences, they're not coming from my imagination. They already exist. I know them. I've always known them, somehow. There's a coffee shop in this other reality. It's on the corner of a street with cobblestones. The owner is an older woman with silver hair who always wears amber jewelry. She knows my order without asking. A medium Americano with room for cream. I know the worn spot on the counter where thousands of cups have been set down over the years. I know which table wobbles because one leg is slightly shorter than the others. I've never been to this place in my waking life, but I have memories of going there nearly every morning for years. This isn't just my subconscious creating a detailed world. These are places I recognize from somewhere deep inside me. Places I have emotional connections to. I feel nostalgic for them when I'm awake, like homesickness for somewhere I've never actually been. The symbols are another thing that crosses over. In the other reality, there's a specific symbol that appears everywhere. It's like a crescent moon with 3 lines intersecting it. I see it on buildings, jewelry, even tattooed on people. When I'm there, I know exactly what it means. It's a kind of protection symbol. But when I wake up, the meaning fades, though the image remains clear. Last week I was at Powell's Books just browsing when I saw it. The exact symbol on the cover of an obscure book about ancient symbolism. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely pick it up. The book said it was a rare symbol found in some isolated cultures, but provided little information about its meaning. How could I dream so specifically about something I'd never seen before? I no longer enjoy anything in this world. What's the point of making friends or dating when I feel like I'm living half a life here? My mind is constantly distracted, thinking about the other place, wondering if the people there miss me when I'm gone. Yes, there are people there who know me, care about me. I have relationships there that feel just as real as any I've had here. My job performance is suffering. I work as a graphic designer and I used to love it. Now I can barely focus. My boss has noticed. She's been patient, but yesterday she sat me down for a serious talk about my declining work quality. I couldn't even properly explain what's wrong. What would I say? Sorry, I'm distracted because I'm living in 2 realities and I'm not sure which one is real anymore. I've started testing both realities, trying to figure out which one is the real one. In this world, I've written notes to myself, hidden objects in specific places, trying to create anchors to confirm this is reality when I wake up confused. In the other world, I do the same thing. The terrifying part is that both systems work. The notes I write there are still there the next night. The objects I hide remain hidden until I retrieve them. The consistency of both worlds makes me question everything. If these were just dreams, wouldn't there be inconsistencies? Wouldn't things change randomly? But they don't. Both realities follow logical rules. Both have consistent geography, consistent people, consistent physics. My sister visited last weekend. She drove up from Eugene because she was worried about me. She says I've changed, that I seem vacant even when I'm talking to her. She's right, I am vacant. Part of me is always there, even when I'm physically here. The nights are the worst. As bedtime approaches, I feel a mixture of anticipation and dread. I want to go back. There's a pull, a longing to return to that other life. But I'm also terrified that one day I won't come back, that I'll get trapped there forever, or worse, trapped in one of those nightmare loops where reality keeps folding in on itself. Sometimes I stay awake as long as I can, drinking coffee, watching mindless TV, anything to postpone sleep. But eventually, exhaustion wins, and then I'm back there, picking up my other life exactly where I left off. Last night was particularly bad. In the other reality, there was some kind of crisis. People were panicking, evacuating. That symbol I mentioned was glowing on walls, pulsing with an ominous light. Everyone seemed to know what it meant except me. Someone grabbed my arm, a man I somehow knew was important to me there, and said, "They're coming through. The barrier is breaking down." I woke up with his voice still ringing in my ears, my heart pounding so hard I thought I might be having a heart attack. For a solid minute, I couldn't remember where I was or which reality I belonged to. I'm writing this now at my kitchen table, drinking my third cup of coffee. It's 4 in the afternoon. I have to sleep eventually. I know that. But what if he was right? What if some barrier between these two worlds is breaking down? What if that's why this is happening to me? I've considered that maybe I'm just losing my mind. That would almost be a relief. At least there would be an explanation, a label, a treatment. But nothing about this feels like mental illness. It feels like something is happening to reality itself, and somehow I'm caught in the middle. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't talk to friends about this. The few I've tried to tell have looked at me with that careful expression people use when they think you're having a breakdown. My sister suggested I check myself into a hospital. Maybe she's right. Maybe I should. But what if I'm not crazy? What if both worlds are real? What if I really am living two lives? And what happens if I have to choose? I think that's what terrifies me most. The feeling that a choice is coming. That soon I won't be able to live in both worlds anymore. And how do I choose when both feel equally real? If anyone reading this has experienced something similar, please let me know. I need to know I'm not alone in this. I need to know there's a way through. I just heard a sound from my bedroom, a kind of humming, vibrating noise I've only ever heard in the other world. It's getting louder. Yeah. Story 7. I still haven't told many people about what happened on Easter Island during that spring exchange program in 2013. Most days I try to convince myself it was just extreme stress or some kind of group psychosis, but then I'll catch myself unconsciously tracing the scar on my palm or speaking words in a language I never studied, and the truth comes rushing back. I need to write this down while I still remember my own version of events before the other memories take over completely. I was in my second year of grad school at Westlake University's anthropology department when Dr. Eleanor Blackwood announced the cultural exchange program to Rapa Nui, what most people call Easter Island, only 10 spots for a 6-week immersion experience, and somehow I made the cut. Maya Chen, 24 years old, specializing in indigenous cultural practices. It was supposed to be the opportunity of a lifetime. The island itself was breathtaking when we arrived in early March. Those massive stone moai statues against that endless blue sky, the rolling green hills, the rhythm of the ocean. We spent the first couple weeks settling in with host families in different villages across the island. I was staying with an older couple, the Powers, who were incredibly welcoming but also a little reserved around me sometimes, like they were holding something back. Dr. Blackwood had structured the program around documenting current cultural practices, while also studying the archaeological sites. My roommate Alicia Navarro and I were particularly interested in the indigenous spiritual beliefs that had survived despite centuries of outside influence. Derek Watson, another student in our group, kept talking about how the island felt alive in a way he couldn't explain. I remember laughing it off at the time. The weather started getting weird about 3 weeks in. Unusually cold nights, strange cloud formations that our hosts seemed concerned about. One evening, my host father was talking with some neighbors in Rapa Nui, and I caught what sounded like Tevai Kava repeated several times. When I asked about it later, he changed the subject immediately. I started keeping a journal of odd occurrences. Little things at first. Items in my room moved slightly when I returned, the sense of being watched while working at archaeological sites. Strange dreams where I was walking among the moai at night. I chalked it up to being in a new place with a different energy. Then came Easter Sunday, March 31st, 2013, a date that's burned into my memory. The day started normally. Our group had split up for various activities. I was documenting a small family celebration in my village. Alicia was interviewing elders about traditional crafts in hers, and Derek was photographing some of the less visited moai on the north side of the island. I remember checking my phone around noon and seeing a text from Alicia about meeting up at Ahuakivi later, a site with 7 moai that faced the sunset during the equinox. We'd visited it briefly the week before, and something about the place had drawn all of us in. Around 4 in the afternoon, I started feeling dizzy, not like I was going to faint, but like the ground beneath me was subtly vibrating. I excused myself from the family gathering and went back to my room to lie down. That's when I heard it for the first time, a low, rhythmic chanting coming from somewhere outside my window. It wasn't loud, but it had this quality that seemed to bypass my ears and resonate directly in my chest. I wrote in my journal, "Strange chanting outside." Not like anything I've heard on the island before, deeper, older somehow. Can make out words that sound like "Kamoete Ariki," repeated over and over. The voices are saying, "We've waited long enough." But I don't speak Rapa Nui, so how am I understanding this? I remember grabbing my phone to record the sound, but it wouldn't turn on despite being fully charged. When I looked out the window, there was nobody there, but the chanting continued. I felt drawn to go outside, like something was pulling me toward Ahu Akivi. The next few hours are still blurry. I remember walking along a dirt path I'd never taken before, yet somehow knowing exactly where to go. The sun was setting, and the sky had this unnatural purplish-orange glow. I wasn't scared, which is the strangest part. I felt calm, almost expectant. I arrived at Ahu Akivi just as the stars were becoming visible. Derek and Alicia were already there, sitting in front of the 7 moai with blank expressions. There were others too, island locals I recognized but had never spoken to, arranged in a semicircle. Nobody spoke. The chanting I'd heard earlier was louder now, but I still couldn't identify its source. Someone handed me a small wooden cup filled with a dark liquid. I drank it without questioning. It tasted like earth and salt and something metallic. The stars above began to swim in my vision, and the moai seemed to breathe, their stone chests expanding and contracting. One of the elders spoke in Rapa Nui, and I understood every word. "The alignment is perfect tonight. The ancestors have waited many cycles for suitable vessels. The exchange begins." I remember pain then, sharp and hot across my palm, and looking down to see blood pooling in my hand. Someone was collecting it into a small wooden figure that looked disturbingly like me. The same was happening to Derek and Alicia. The last clear memory I have is looking up at the stars and feeling like I was falling upward into them while simultaneously being filled from the inside with something else, something old and patient that had been waiting for this exact astronomical alignment, this exact moment. Then nothing. For 40 days, nothing. I woke up in the ocean, swimming, 2 miles offshore according to the rescue boat that found us. Me, Derek, Alicia, and the 2 other students who had disappeared a week after us, Jen and Marcus. We were all swimming steadily, not panicking, not tired, despite having been in the water for who knows how long. None of us remembered the past 40 days, not a single moment. The authorities were baffled. We'd been searched for extensively after our disappearance. Our backpacks had been found at a campsite near one of the more remote moai sites, along with those wooden figures marked with our blood and our damaged phones. They showed us pictures, little dolls that looked like each of us, containing strands of our actual hair. I don't remember making them or giving my hair. I don't remember anything. The medical exams were the strangest part. We were all in perfect health, better than before we disappeared actually. No signs of dehydration or malnutrition, no sunburn despite presumably being outdoors for weeks. Just those identical scars on our palms. A pattern that one of the older islanders recognized but refused to explain. They kept asking us the same questions. Where were we? What happened? How did we survive? We had no answers, but I started noticing the changes almost immediately. I would catch myself speaking fluent Rapa Nui in the middle of an English sentence. I knew exactly how to navigate to obscure locations on the island I'd never visited. During a full moon, I woke up carving a small wooden figure with movements that felt practiced and familiar, but that I'd never learned. The worst were the shifts, as we came to call them, moments when I wasn't me anymore. My body would straighten, my voice would deepen, and I would speak of events from hundreds of years ago as if I'd been there. When the Birdman cult rose to power, or during the Great Famine after the forest was cleared. Details historians confirmed were accurate. but that I couldn't possibly have known. Dr. Blackwood was simultaneously horrified and fascinated. The program was officially terminated early, and we were all sent home except for Marcus, who refused to leave the island. He said he belonged there now, and that his other self needed to stay close to the Moai. Last I heard, he was living in a remote part of the island and had married a local woman. The university tried to keep the whole thing quiet. Officially, we had gotten lost during a hiking expedition and were found later. End of story. A few paranormal researchers reached out after hearing rumors, but I avoided them. What could I tell them? That I sometimes share my body with the consciousness of a 15th century Rapa Nui woman named Kaya. That during certain astronomical alignments, I black out and wake up having written pages of text in a previously undocumented variant of the Rongorongo script. It's been 10 years now. 3 of us went back to academic work. Derek switched to astronomy and writes papers about ancient calendrical systems that are revolutionary, but that he claims just come to him. Alicia is now an expert in Polynesian linguistics despite having studied cultural anthropology before. I focused my dissertation on ritual scarification practices across Oceania, driven by an obsession to understand the pattern on my palm. Jen disappeared 2 years after we returned, just vanished from her apartment in Boston. Sometimes I dream of her swimming back toward the island, called home by whatever waits there. I've learned to live with the voice in my head, the memories that aren't mine, the knowledge I shouldn't have. Most days I'm still Maya Chen, but there are moments when the stars align a certain way, or when I hear a particular rhythm of waves, and I feel Kaya rising to the surface. The locals call it Tevai Kava, the exchange of spirits. They believe certain individuals can temporarily house ancestral consciousness during specific astronomical alignments. But what happened to us wasn't temporary, and it wasn't a belief or a ritual. It was real. Something is inside us now. Something that waited centuries for the right vessels to arrive on the right day. Something that's gradually taking over, memory by memory, thought by thought. I'm writing this down while I still can, while I'm still mostly me. Last night, I caught myself standing in front of a mirror, tracing the scar on my palm and whispering in Rapa Nui, Ka moi te ariki, ka tupu te henua. The king sleeps, the land grows. I don't know what it means. I don't know what's happening to me. All I know is that whatever came into us on Easter Island that night is still there, still waiting, still growing stronger. And sometimes, in my dreams, I hear those voices again saying, we've waited long enough, and now we are free. Story 8. I've always considered myself a cautious person, especially when it comes to anything remotely supernatural. My mom raised me with stories about negative energies and warned me about messing with things I didn't understand. So when my friend Lily invited me over to her old countryside house in Everdale last summer, I never expected to leave with an experience that still makes my skin crawl whenever I think about it. I was 15 at the time, and Lily had just moved to this old farmhouse about 20 minutes outside our small town. The house itself was pretty normal looking from the outside. White siding that had seen better days, a wraparound porch with peeling paint and fields stretching out behind it. But the moment I stepped inside, something felt different. Not necessarily bad, just heavy somehow, like the air was thicker than it should have been. We spent most of that afternoon in her room just hanging out and listening to music. Around 4 o'clock, Lily pulled out this crystal pendulum from her dresser drawer. It was this clear quartz crystal hanging from a thin silver chain. When I instantly tensed up, she laughed and told me to relax. It's just a crystal, Emma. My aunt gave it to me. There's no negative energy attached to it, I promise. I wasn't entirely convinced, but I didn't want to seem like a baby about it either, so I agreed to try it out with her. We sat cross-legged on her bedroom floor, and she showed me how to hold it properly, dangling it from the chain between my thumb and forefinger, keeping my elbow supported on my knee to stay steady. You just ask it yes or no questions, she explained. Clockwise means yes, counterclockwise means no. At first, I thought it was just the subtle movements of my hand making it swing, but then Lily asked if it would rain tomorrow, and the crystal swung clockwise. Sure enough, it poured the next day. We asked more questions, silly stuff mostly, like whether our math teacher secretly dyed his hair, yes, or if Jason Parker would ever ask me out. Also yes, which actually happened the following week. For about an hour, it was actually kind of fun. The crystal seemed to have a mind of its own sometimes, swinging strongly in one direction, then suddenly changing course. I was starting to relax when Lily asked a question that made my stomach drop. "Is this an evil spirit we're talking to?" she asked with a laugh. The moment the words left her mouth, she flinched hard, like something had flicked her in the eye. The pendulum went completely still. "What's wrong?" I asked. "I don't know," she said, blinking rapidly. "Something just got in my eye or something." But her voice sounded different, strained. Her face had gone pale, and she looked suddenly anxious. She put the crystal down on the floor between us. "Let's take a break," she suggested, and I quickly agreed. We went downstairs to the kitchen to grab some snacks. The house was empty except for us and Lily's older brother, Mark, who was upstairs in his room playing video games. Her parents were at work and wouldn't be home until evening. We ended up sitting on the kitchen floor, eating chips and making silly raps about our classmates. It was around 5:30. The sun's still bright outside, but starting to cast longer shadows through the windows. I was in the middle of a particularly terrible rhyme when I saw it. A shadow. Not just any shadow. A dark figure that slid quickly behind the corner wall leading to the living room. It moved with purpose, like someone ducking out of sight. "Did you see that?" I whispered, my heart suddenly pounding. "See what?" Lily asked, looking confused. I pointed toward the living room. "I swear I just saw someone go around that corner." Lily laughed, but it sounded forced. "It's probably just shadows from the trees outside." But there weren't any trees close enough to the house to cast shadows like that. And what I'd seen hadn't been tree-shaped at all. It had been distinctly human-like, but darker and somehow more solid than a normal shadow. That's when the feeling hit me. It's hard to describe exactly, but it was like suddenly being aware that we were being watched, not just from one direction, but from everywhere. The hair on my arms stood up, and my chest felt tight, like something was pressing down on it. "We need to go upstairs," I said, the words coming out before I'd even fully formed the thought. "What? Why?" Lily asked, but her voice was still off, almost mechanical. "I don't know. We just need to. Now." I couldn't explain the urgency I felt, but I knew with absolute certainty that we needed to get out of that kitchen immediately. "Let's just finish our snacks first," Lily said, not moving. "No." I stood up, my legs shaky. "Please, Lily, I really want to go upstairs. Let's go hang out near Mark's room." Lily looked at me strangely, almost like she was annoyed, which wasn't like her at all. "What's the big deal? It's nice down here." "Please," I begged, not caring how desperate I sounded. "I just really want to go upstairs right now." After what felt like forever, she finally stood up with a sigh. "Fine. Whatever." As we walked toward the stairs, I felt like something was watching us from the living room. Not following, watching, waiting. Every step away from that area felt like wading through quicksand, but I kept going, practically pulling Lily along with me. The moment we reached the top of the stairs, it was like walking through an invisible barrier. The heavy feeling lifted from my chest and I could breathe normally again. We went into Lily's room, which was right next to Mark's, and I immediately felt safer. "You're being weird," Lily said, but her voice had changed again. She sounded more like herself. "I know, I'm sorry. I just got really freaked out downstairs." She sat on her bed and looked at me. "Actually, now that we're up here, I kind of feel better too. I don't know why I wanted to stay downstairs so badly." That's when it hit me. Lily had been acting strange since the moment she'd asked that question about an evil spirit, like she wasn't entirely herself. The thought sent another chill through me. "Did you feel anything weird downstairs?" I asked carefully. She hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Yeah, kind of. Like it was hard to think clearly. and I felt, I don't know, angry, but not really me angry, if that makes sense. It made perfect sense, and that terrified me. "I think there's something downstairs," I whispered. "Something not good." "Like what?" she asked, eyes wide. "I don't know, but whatever it is, it doesn't feel human." We sat in silence for a minute, the only sound coming from Mark's video game next door. "You know what's weird?" I said. "I feel like there's something up here too, but it's different. It doesn't feel threatening." Lily nodded slowly, like an old woman. The fact that she'd picked up on the exact same impression I had made my stomach clench. I hadn't said anything about an elderly presence, but that was exactly what I'd been feeling. A feminine energy, elderly, watchful but not threatening. "Do you think that's why I wanted us to come upstairs so badly?" I asked. "Like maybe this presence up here is protecting us from whatever's downstairs?" Before Lily could answer, she reached into her pocket and pulled out the crystal pendulum. I stared at her in shock. "Why did you bring that up here?" I asked, panic rising in my throat. "I don't know," she admitted. "I just grabbed it without thinking when we left the kitchen." Part of me wanted to tell her to put it away, but another part was desperate for answers. "Can we ask it about what's happening?" Lily nodded and held out the pendulum. "Is there a negative presence in this house?" she asked. The crystal swung clockwise immediately. "Yes." "Is it downstairs right now?" "Yes." "Is there a presence upstairs too?" "Yes." "Is the presence upstairs negative?" The crystal swung counterclockwise. "Is it protecting us from the downstairs presence?" "Yes." With each answer, the crystal's movements became more pronounced, swinging in perfect circles without any hesitation. "Ask if the downstairs presence is dangerous," I whispered. Lily repeated the question, and the crystal started spinning clockwise so fast the chain twisted on itself. We both dropped it, like it had burned us. That's when Mark's door opened, and he stuck his head in. "You guys okay?" I thought I heard someone yell. Neither of us had yelled. At least, I didn't think we had. "We're fine," Lily said quickly. "Just playing around." Mark looked skeptical but shrugged. "Whatever. Mom just texted they'll be home in about an hour." As soon as his door closed again, I turned to Lily. "I think we should stay up here until your parents get home." She nodded, looking as frightened as I felt. "What do you think that thing downstairs is?" I shook my head. "I don't know, but it felt male and angry." "I felt that too," she whispered, like it was watching us the whole time. We spent the rest of the hour sitting on her bed, jumping at every creak and groan the old house made. When we finally heard her parents' car in the driveway, the relief was overwhelming. Strangely, as soon as her parents entered the house, the heavy feeling seemed to dissipate. By the time I went downstairs for dinner, everything felt normal again. I even went to the bathroom near the kitchen alone, and nothing happened. But the next morning when I woke up at home, I had 3 long scratches down my back that hadn't been there the night before. They weren't deep, but they stung like hell, and they were perfectly spaced like fingers had dragged down my skin. Lily and I never used the pendulum again. We never really talked about what happened either. A few months later, her family moved away from that house without explanation. To this day, I can't explain why I knew we needed to go upstairs, or why I felt safer near Mark's room. Was it really 2 spirits in that house? One malevolent, one protective? Was the protective one guiding me? And what would have happened if we'd stayed downstairs? I still think about that shadow I saw. Sometimes I wonder if it's still there in that old house, waiting for the next family to move in. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I swear I can feel someone watching me from the corners of my room. Story 9. I still get chills thinking about what happened last winter. I live in northern Minnesota, where blizzards are just part of life, but this particular storm was different. The Weather Service had been warning us for days about this monster system moving in, and they weren't exaggerating. By early morning, the snow was already coming down hard, and the wind was howling like crazy. I work at a warehouse about 20 miles from my house, and I usually don't mind the drive. But that morning I woke up and looked outside to see nothing but white. My boss called me before I even had a chance to call him. "Trevor, don't even think about coming in today. Half the staff already called off, and the roads are a nightmare." I wasn't going to argue. I'm 30 years old and have lived through enough winter storms to know when it's time to just stay put. So I grabbed another cup of coffee and settled in for what I figured would be a boring day of Netflix and maybe catching up on some cleaning. By noon, the power was flickering, but thankfully it stayed on. My house is kind of isolated. It's an older 2-bedroom place that sits about half a mile from my nearest neighbor. Usually I like the privacy, but during storms like this, it can feel a bit too cut off from the world. The day dragged on. I made some soup, did a few chores, and texted with friends who were also snowed in. By evening, the blizzard had intensified. The wind was so strong it made the windows rattle, and the snow was piling up against the side of the house. I couldn't see more than a few feet past my porch light. Around 8 or 9, I settled onto my couch with a beer and turned on some mindless action movie. I must have dozed off sometime after that. The movie was still playing in the background when I closed my eyes. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up. The TV was off and the house was completely dark. Power outage, I figured, but something felt wrong. My heart was already racing before my brain could even process why. Then I heard it again, the sound that must have woken me, someone coughing. Not a loud hack, but that soft clearing of the throat people do when they're trying to be quiet. It wasn't me, and I live alone. I froze, literally couldn't move. My eyes struggled to adjust to the darkness, but it was pitch black in my living room. The kind of darkness that feels solid, like you could touch it. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. Nothing. The wind outside was still howling, battering against the house. I fumbled for my phone on the coffee table, knocking over my empty beer bottle in the process. It hit the floor with a clunk that sounded way too loud in the silent house. My phone's screen lit up. It was just past 1 in the morning. I turned on the flashlight and scanned the room. Everything looked normal, but that didn't ease the feeling that something was seriously wrong. I stood up slowly, listening for any sound that wasn't the storm. Had I dreamed the cough? Was it just the house settling or the wind playing tricks? I walked to the window and looked outside. The blizzard was still raging, maybe even worse than before. The snow was blowing sideways, creating a white wall that my phone's light couldn't penetrate. No one would be out in this weather. No one should be. That's when I felt it, a subtle change in the air. The temperature had dropped. Not like when a draft comes through a window, but like a door had been opened somewhere in the house. As I turned back toward the living room, I caught something, a shadow, a movement, down the hallway that leads to the bedrooms. It was so quick, I almost convinced myself it was nothing. Almost. "Is someone there?" I called out, louder this time, trying to sound confident and threatening rather than terrified. "I have a phone in my hand, and I'm calling the police right now." No response, just the howling of the wind outside. I stood there for what felt like forever, unable to move toward the hallway, but also unable to just sit back down and pretend everything was fine. I was trapped. I couldn't run outside. The blizzard would kill me before I made it to my car, but staying inside with whatever I had just seen, that didn't seem like a great option either. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone as I pulled up the flashlight app again. The beam seemed pathetically weak as I slowly, reluctantly moved toward the hallway. Every step I took felt wrong. Every instinct was screaming at me to turn around, to get out, but where would I go? I paused at the entrance to the hallway, shining my light down the corridor. My bedroom door was on the left, bathroom on the right, and at the very end was my home office. All the doors were closed except for the office, which was slightly ajar. I don't remember leaving it open. "I know you're in here," I called out, my voice cracking slightly. "You need to leave. Now." That's when I heard it, several quick thumps from the direction of my office, followed by a rush of freezing air that hit me like a slap in the face. The temperature in the hallway plummeted instantly, and I could see my breath fogging in front of my phone's light. I should have turned and run. I should have locked myself in my bedroom and called 911. But instead, I did the stupidest thing possible. I moved toward the sounds. As I approached my office door, the cold became more intense. My hands were numb, and my ears burned from the sudden drop in temperature. With my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, I pushed the door open. The window was wide open, snow blowing in and already forming a small drift on the floor beneath it. The curtains were whipping violently in the wind, and there in the snow just outside the window, fresh footprints already being filled in by the falling snow. Someone had been in my house. Someone had been in my house while I was sleeping on the couch, and they had just fled through the window into a raging blizzard. I slammed the window shut and locked it, then backed out of the room, nearly tripping over my own feet. I ran to check every door and window in the house, finding them all secure except for that one office window, which I now realized had been jimmied open from the outside. With shaking hands, I called 911. The dispatcher tried to calm me down but kept asking me to repeat myself because I was talking too fast, not making sense. Someone was in my house, I kept saying. They just jumped out the window into the blizzard. She told me officers would come as soon as they could, but with the roads in the condition they were, it might take some time. I hung up and immediately called my friend Mark, who lives about 15 minutes away on normal roads. He answered, groggy with sleep. "Dude, someone was in my fucking house," I blurted out before he could even say hello. "They just jumped out the window when I caught them." "What? Are you serious? Are you okay?" "I'm freaking out, man. The cops are coming, but it's going to take them forever in this storm." "Do you have somewhere to lock yourself in? A bedroom with a solid door?" I looked around, still feeling exposed in the middle of my living room. Yeah, I do." "Okay, go there, lock the door, and wait for the police." I'd come over, but I'd probably end up in a ditch. I thanked him and hung up, then retreated to my bedroom, pushing my dresser in front of the door after locking it. I sat on my bed, back against the wall, a kitchen knife in one hand and my phone in the other, and waited. It took the police nearly 2 hours to reach me. By then, the adrenaline had worn off, leaving me exhausted, but still too terrified to sleep. When they finally knocked on my front door, I almost cried with relief. 2 officers trudged in, covered in snow, looking grim and tired. I showed them the office, the open window, explained what I had heard and seen. They searched the house thoroughly, checked outside as best they could in the still raging storm, and took my statement. "Any idea who might want to break in?" one of them asked. I shook my head. "I don't have enemies. I don't have anything worth stealing except my TV and computer, and they didn't take either." The officer nodded, looking troubled. "Probably someone looking for a warm place to ride out the storm. Got spooked when you woke up." But I could tell he didn't really believe that. Who breaks into a house during a blizzard, then chooses to jump back out into that same blizzard when discovered? They promised to send someone back in the morning to check for footprints or other evidence once the storm died down, but we all knew there would be nothing left to find. The blizzard had already erased any trace of whoever had been there. The officers left, and I was alone again. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in my living room with every light on, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. Morning came, the storm finally died down, and as predicted, there was no evidence, no footprints, no sign of who had been in my house or why they were there. It's been months now, and I still don't know who was in my house that night. I've installed security cameras, motion sensor lights, a better alarm system. I've even considered moving, but somehow that feels like letting them win, whoever they were. The thing that haunts me most isn't the break-in itself. It's knowing that while I was sleeping peacefully on my couch, someone was moving through my house, standing in the darkness, watching me. For how long? What were they doing before I woke up? What would have happened if I hadn't? And sometimes late at night when the house is quiet, I swear I can still hear that soft cough from somewhere in the darkness. Story 10. I've been trying to make sense of what happened to me last weekend, and I honestly don't know if writing this down will help or just make me relive it all over again. But I can't sleep, and I need to get this out somehow. I've been hiking the Patterson Forest Trail since I was a teenager. My dad used to take me there when I was a kid, and I know those woods like the back of my hand, or at least I thought I did. I've probably logged hundreds of miles on those trails over the years, in every season. It's always been my place to clear my head when life gets overwhelming. Last Saturday started like any other hike. I'd been dealing with some heavy stuff at work. Layoffs, terrible management decisions, the usual corporate bullshit, and I just needed to get out of my apartment and breathe. The forecast called for clear skies, mid-60s, perfect hiking weather. I packed light, water, a couple protein bars, my phone, and a small first aid kit. I didn't even bring my heavy jacket since I was planning to be back well before sunset. I hit the trailhead around 1 in the afternoon. There were a few cars in the parking lot, but nothing unusual for a weekend. I remember nodding to an older couple heading back to their car as I started up the main path. They were the last people I would see for hours. The first mile or so was completely normal. The trail was well maintained, sunlight filtering through the canopy, birds calling to each other overhead. I even spotted a deer about 20 yards off the path, watching me cautiously before bounding away. Everything felt right, peaceful. It was around the 2-mile marker when I first noticed something off. The woods had gotten quiet. Not the peaceful kind of quiet, but an empty silence that made the hair on my arms stand up. I actually stopped walking and just listened for a moment. No birds, no rustling in the underbrush, no wind in the trees, nothing. I've been in enough forests to know that they're never completely silent. There's always something, a distant woodpecker, squirrels chattering, even just the sound of leaves brushing against each other. But there was nothing. I brushed it off at first. Maybe a hawk was circling overhead, and the smaller wildlife was lying low. I kept walking, taking the fork toward Black Ridge Summit, a route I'd hiked dozens of times. It's about a 4-hour round trip with some decent elevation gain, challenging enough to work up a sweat, but nothing extreme. The silence persisted. I found myself making more noise than usual, scuffing my boots against the dirt, clearing my throat, anything to break that unnerving quiet. But the forest seemed to swallow the sounds I made, like they weren't loud enough to matter. After another half hour, I realized I hadn't seen a trail marker in a while. This was odd because the Patterson trails are well marked, especially the main routes. I figured I must have missed a turn somewhere, but I wasn't concerned yet. I checked my phone to pull up the trail map, but there was no signal. Also not unusual in parts of the forest. I decided to backtrack a bit to find the last marker I'd seen. That's when I realized the trail itself seemed to be fading. Where it had been clear-cut and obvious before, now it was overgrown in places, with fallen branches and thick undergrowth encroaching from both sides. This didn't make any sense. The Parks Department maintains these trails regularly. I'd hiked here just a month ago, and everything had been fine. The light was changing too. It was only around 3 in the afternoon, but the forest was getting darker, like the canopy above had somehow thickened. The trees seemed closer together, taller and more imposing than I remembered. I've never been claustrophobic, but I suddenly felt hemmed in, like the forest was closing around me. And then there was the feeling of being watched. At first, it was just a prickle at the back of my neck, the kind you get when someone's staring at you in a crowded room. I kept turning around, expecting to see another hiker behind me, but there was never anyone there, just more trees pressing in closer than they should have been. I tried to use the sun to orient myself, but the canopy had become so dense I could barely see the sky. I pulled out my phone again, still no signal, and my battery was already down to 60%, even though I'd charged it fully before leaving. I switched it to airplane mode to conserve what was left. By 4 o'clock, I had to admit I was lost. The trail had disappeared completely, and I was pushing through underbrush that seemed to snag at my clothes deliberately. The forest had never been this thick before, not in any part of Patterson I'd ever hiked. The trees were different too, older, twisted in ways I hadn't noticed in this forest before. Some of the trunks were scarred with deep gouges that looked disturbingly like claw marks. I tried to stay calm. Getting panicky in the woods is the fastest way to make a bad situation worse. I decided to head downhill, figuring I'd eventually hit one of the streams that feed into Patterson Lake, and I could follow that back to a main trail. Basic wilderness survival, right? But the terrain wasn't cooperating. Every time I thought I was moving downhill, the ground would shift, and I'd find myself climbing again. It was disorienting, like the landscape itself was changing around me. I know how crazy that sounds, but I swear that's how it felt. The silence was still absolute. I'd been in the woods for hours now without hearing a single bird call or animal sound. Just my own breathing, which was getting faster as my anxiety grew. I tried calling out a few times, hoping there might be other hikers nearby, but my voice sounded muffled and flat, like the air itself was dampening the sound. By 5 o'clock, I was fighting real panic. The light was fading faster than it should have been, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. I only had a light fleece pullover with me, not enough for a night in the woods if it came to that. I needed to find my way out before dark. That's when I heard it. The first sound other than my own movements in hours, a rustling in the underbrush about 20 yards to my left. Relief washed over me. Finally, some wildlife, something normal in this increasingly abnormal situation. But when I turned to look, there was nothing there, just more shadows between the trees. The rustling came again, this time behind me. I spun around. Nothing. Then to my right, nothing again. The sound was circling me, always just out of sight. My mouth went dry. Whatever was making that noise was big enough to move through dense underbrush, and it was deliberately staying hidden. A bear would have crashed through more noisily. A deer would have bounded away. This was something else, something that wanted to remain unseen while letting me know it was there. I started walking faster, no longer caring about direction, just wanting to put distance between myself and whatever was making that sound. The rustling followed, sometimes falling behind, then suddenly ahead of me again, as if it knew where I was going before I did. The forest was almost dark now. My phone said it was only 5:30, but it looked like midnight between the trees. I switched on my phone's flashlight, a pitiful beam that barely penetrated the gloom. The battery was at 40%. I needed to save it. I was moving at a near run when my foot caught on an exposed root, and I went down hard, scraping my palms and twisting my ankle. The pain shot up my leg, not broken but definitely sprained. I cursed and pulled myself up against a tree trunk, trying to catch my breath and assess the damage. That's when the rustling stopped. The silence returned, heavier than before. I sat perfectly still, straining to hear anything. My own heartbeat thundered in my ears. Then, about 30 yards ahead of me, something moved. Not in the underbrush this time, but between the trees. Something tall. The darkness made it hard to see clearly, but what I could make out didn't look right. The proportions were wrong. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that seemed bent at unnatural angles. I killed my flashlight immediately, pressing myself back against the tree, trying to make myself as small as possible. Whatever it was hadn't seen me yet. I could still hide, wait for it to move on. For what felt like hours, I didn't move a muscle. My ankle throbbed, and my back ached from pressing against the rough bark, but I didn't dare shift position. The figure remained still too, a darker shape against the darkness, like it was listening, waiting. Then it moved again, taking a step that seemed too fluid, too long. It was coming in my direction. I don't know what made me run. Pure instinct, I guess, the lizard brain taking over when rational thought fails. I forgot about my injured ankle, forgot about being quiet, forgot everything except the need to get away from that thing. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. Behind me, I heard movement. Fast, much faster than anything should be able to move through dense forest. It wasn't trying to be stealthy anymore. It was coming for me. I ran blindly, my lungs burning, sweat pouring down my face despite the cold. I fumbled for my phone, needing the light, not caring about the battery anymore. The beam bounced wildly as I ran, showing me glimpses of the forest. A fallen log I barely cleared, a thorny bush I crashed through, feeling the scratches but not caring. I glanced back once, just once, and I saw it, illuminated for a split second in my flashlight beam. A tall, hunched figure with limbs that bent wrong, skin like bark but not bark. A face, if you could call it that, with hollows where eyes should be. It was reaching for me with elongated fingers that seemed to stretch as I watched. I screamed. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I screamed like a child and ran faster than I've ever run in my life. My ankle was on fire, but the pain was distant, unimportant. All that mattered was putting distance between me and that thing. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning. My phone died at some point, plunging me into complete darkness. But I kept going, falling repeatedly, getting up, running again. The thing was always behind me, never quite catching up, but never falling far behind either. And then, just when I thought my heart would burst from exertion, the trees thinned. Ahead, I saw the gleam of moonlight on asphalt. A road. Civilization. I burst out of the tree line, collapsing onto the hard shoulder of a county highway I didn't recognize. I lay there gasping, waiting for the thing to emerge from the woods after me. But nothing came. After I caught my breath, I managed to flag down a passing truck. The driver, an older guy who looked at me like I was crazy, told me I was 15 miles from where I'd parked my car, 15 miles in a direction that should have been impossible given where I'd been hiking. He drove me to a gas station where I could call for a ride. I didn't tell him what happened. I didn't tell anyone until now. Who would believe me? I went back the next day with 2 friends to get my car. In daylight, with other people, the forest looked normal again. Birds sang, squirrels chattered. The trails were where they should be, clearly marked and well maintained. But I know what I saw. I know what followed me, and I know I'm never setting foot in Patterson Forest again, no matter how normal it might look to others. Something lives in those woods, something that doesn't want to be seen unless it's hunting you. And I got lucky. I got out, but I can't shake the feeling it let me go on purpose, like it wanted me to tell this story, like it wants to be known. Story 11. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night sophomore year. I've been sitting on this experience for years now, trying to make sense of it, but I just can't. I figured maybe writing it all down might help me process it, or at least let someone else tell me I'm not crazy. I grew up in this small college town in the Midwest, one of those places where everyone knows everyone and nothing ever really happens. Back in middle school, I became friends with these 2 brothers, Tyler and Ethan. We clicked instantly. Same taste in video games, same sense of humor, same everything. By high school, we were inseparable. Most weekends, I'd crash at their place. Their mom was super cool about it. She worked 3rd shift at the hospital, so she was actually happy we were there keeping each other company while she was gone. Their house was this old 2-story place right across from the town cemetery. Yeah, I know how that sounds, but honestly, we never thought much about it. Well, that's not entirely true. The house had its quirks. We'd hear random bumps at night, footsteps on the stairs when nobody was there, doors that would close by themselves, that kind of stuff. At first it freaked us out, but after a while you just get used to it, you know? We'd joke about their friendly ghost and go about our business. It became background noise. That night during sophomore year started out completely normal. It was a Friday in October, not quite cold yet, but definitely getting there. The 3 of us were hanging out in their living room playing the new Call of Duty game that had just come out. We had ordered pizza earlier, demolished it, and were just planning to game until we passed out like we always did. Around midnight, Ethan started getting really tired. He'd had a rough week with tests and football practice, so he decided to call it a night early. That wasn't unusual. Ethan was always the responsible one who actually cared about getting sleep. Tyler and I were the night owls. "I'm done, guys. Heading to bed," Ethan said, yawning. Tyler barely looked up from the screen. "Weak, bro. We're just getting started." I remember checking the time. It was 12:17. I know because I glanced at my phone to see if my mom had texted. Ethan headed upstairs to his bedroom at the end of the hallway, and Tyler and I kept playing. We stayed up for another couple of hours, just the two of us. Around 2:30 in the morning, Tyler started nodding off during matches, so we decided to call it quits. Their living room had these two big couches facing each other, and we usually just crashed there rather than setting up the guest room. Tyler took one couch, I took the other. I remember I was having trouble falling asleep. The house was making its usual noises, the heating system kicking on, the old wooden floors contracting as the temperature dropped. Normal stuff. I was scrolling through my phone, just mindlessly looking at Instagram when I heard it. The floor in the upstairs hallway creaked. Not just a random house-settling creak, but the distinct sound of weight being placed on that one specific floorboard that always announced when someone was walking down the hall. It was followed by another creak, then another. Footsteps. I figured Ethan was just going to the bathroom. Their bathroom was right across from his bedroom. Then I heard this sound. It was like a low moan, but not quite. Hard to describe. It wasn't loud, but in the quiet house, it stood out. I sat up a little, curious. The hallway upstairs was partially visible from where I was lying on the couch. There's this weird layout where you can see the hallway from the living room because of the open staircase. I had a clear view of anyone moving between Ethan's room and the bathroom. That's when I saw him, or what I thought was him. Ethan walked across the hallway toward the bathroom. Even in the dim light coming from the small nightlight they kept plugged in upstairs, I could make out his silhouette clearly. Same height, same build, same messy hair. He was wearing the gray t-shirt and basketball shorts he'd gone to bed in. I didn't think much of it. I just kept scrolling on my phone, waiting to hear the bathroom door close or the light switch flick on. But there was nothing. No sounds at all. After about a minute of silence, I thought it was weird. Usually, you'd hear something. The toilet flushing, water running, something. But there was just nothing. "Ethan," I called out. Not too loud because I didn't want to wake Tyler, who was now snoring on the other couch. No response. I kept my eyes fixed on that hallway the entire time, waiting to see Ethan walk back to his room. But he never appeared. I started getting this uncomfortable feeling in my stomach. I'm not usually the anxious type, but something felt off. After another minute or two of silence, I decided to check if everything was okay. I got up carefully, stepped over Tyler's backpack on the floor, and headed toward the stairs. Each step I took seemed to echo in the quiet house. When I reached the top of the stairs, I noticed the bathroom door was open, and it was completely dark inside. No sign of Ethan. "Ethan," I called again, a bit louder this time. "You okay, man?" That's when I heard it, a shuffling sound coming from Ethan's bedroom, not from the bathroom, but from his room. My heart started beating faster. I swear I hadn't taken my eyes off the hallway. There was no way Ethan could have gone back to his room without me seeing him. The only way to his room was across that hallway, directly in my line of sight from downstairs. I walked to his door, which was partially open. "Ethan," I whispered, pushing the door open a bit more. What I saw next is something I still can't explain. Ethan was in his bed, under the covers, clearly asleep, not just lying down, but deeply asleep. His breathing was heavy and regular, the way people breathe when they've been asleep for hours. His phone was charging on his nightstand, and his glasses were folded next to it. I stood there frozen, trying to process what I was seeing. There was absolutely no way Ethan had just been in the hallway. He was in too deep a sleep. His room didn't have another exit, just the one door that opened to the hallway I'd been watching continuously. But I had seen him. I know I did. I saw someone with Ethan's exact build, wearing his clothes, walking across that hallway. I must have made some noise because Ethan stirred and opened his eyes groggily. "Marcus, what's up?" he mumbled, barely awake. My mouth felt dry. Did you just go to the bathroom?" He looked confused. "No, man. Been asleep since I came up." He checked his phone. "It's almost 3 in the morning. Everything okay?" I couldn't find the words to explain what I'd seen. Yeah, sorry. Thought I heard something. Go back to sleep. I closed his door and stood in the hallway, my heart pounding. I was 100% certain of two things. I had seen Ethan walk to the bathroom, and Ethan had never left his room. I rushed back downstairs and shook Tyler awake. "Dude, what the hell?" he groaned. "Tyler, I just saw someone upstairs," I whispered urgently. It looked exactly like Ethan walking to the bathroom, but he's been asleep in his room the whole time. Tyler sat up, suddenly alert. "What do you mean it looked like Ethan?" "I mean it was Ethan. Same height, same hair, same clothes. But he's in his room, Tyler. He's been asleep this whole time." We both sat there in the darkness, listening to the house. That's when the activity started, more intense than anything we'd experienced before. The temperature in the living room dropped so quickly I could see our breath. The TV turned on by itself, just static. The floor above us creaked like someone was pacing back and forth. Tyler and I sat huddled on the couch, neither of us brave enough to go check upstairs again. Around 4 in the morning, everything suddenly stopped. The TV shut off, the temperature returned to normal, and the house went quiet. We didn't sleep at all that night. When morning came, we told Ethan what happened. He didn't seem as freaked out as we were. He'd grown up in that house and had his own stories. But even he admitted this was different. For about a week after that night, the house was more active than ever. Lights would flicker, doors would slam, and we'd hear that same moaning sound from different parts of the house. Then, just as suddenly as it started, everything went back to normal, just the occasional bump or creak like before. I still hung out at their house after that, but I never stayed overnight again. I made up excuses, homework, family obligations, whatever. Tyler understood. He never gave me a hard time about it. To this day, I can't explain what I saw. It wasn't a dream. I was wide awake. It wasn't a hallucination. I saw it clearly. Whatever walks those halls at night, it isn't human, but it sure knows how to look like one. The strangest part. A few months later, their mom mentioned that when they first moved into that house when the boys were little, Ethan used to talk about the other Ethan who lived there too. They'd written it off as an imaginary friend. I don't think it was imaginary at all. Story 12. I've always considered myself pretty self-reliant. Growing up in rural Montana, the outdoors has been my second home since I was a kid. I've hiked every major trail in Glacier National Park, spent weeks camping in the backcountry, and even survived a close encounter with a grizzly about 3 years ago. Nothing has ever really scared me out there until last month. I'd been drowning in work stress for months. My boss kept piling on more responsibilities without any recognition. My girlfriend and I had just broken up, and I couldn't remember the last time I'd had a full night's sleep. When I found myself staring at my computer screen at 3 in the morning for the 5th night in a row, I knew I needed to get away. The Blackwater Forest Reserve has always been my go-to escape. It's about 4 hours from my apartment, remote enough that you rarely bump into other hikers, especially midweek in October. I called in sick on Thursday, threw my gear in my truck Wednesday night, and hit the road before sunrise. I remember feeling that familiar sense of relief as soon as I turned onto the gravel access road. Cell service dropped to 0 bars, and with it went all the notifications, emails, and reminders of the life I was temporarily leaving behind. The forest was showing off its fall colors, bright yellows and deep reds against the evergreens. The air had that crisp, earthy smell that always feels like it's cleaning out your lungs with each breath. I parked at the trailhead around 10 in the morning, shouldered my pack, and headed into the trees. My plan was simple: hike about 8 miles to Eagle Ridge, set up camp near the small lake there, and spend 2 nights just existing without deadlines or expectations. The hike in was uneventful. I passed one older couple about a mile from the trailhead, but after that, I had the wilderness to myself. The trail gradually climbed through mixed forest, occasionally opening up to views of the valley below. I took my time, stopping to drink water and snack on trail mix. By 4 in the afternoon, I reached the lake and found a perfect spot to set up camp about 50 yards from the shore. I had my tent pitched and camp organized with plenty of daylight left. I filtered water from the lake, cooked a simple freeze-dried meal on my portable stove, and enjoyed watching the sunset reflect off the water. It felt good being out there, like I could finally breathe again after months of feeling suffocated by my daily routine. That thought would later seem cruelly ironic. As darkness settled in, the temperature dropped quickly. I built a small campfire and sat watching the flames, listening to the night sounds of the forest, wind in the trees, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Around 9, I doused the fire, brushed my teeth, and crawled into my sleeping bag. I remember feeling deeply content as I drifted off to sleep. I woke up suddenly, completely disoriented. My watch said 11:47. I'd only been asleep for maybe 2 hours. At first, I couldn't figure out what had woken me. The forest was quiet. Too quiet, actually. No wind, no animal sounds, just absolute stillness. And then I noticed the pressure. It started so subtly I almost thought I was imagining it. A slight tightness across my chest, like when you've been sitting in one position too long. I shifted in my sleeping bag, thinking I just needed to change positions. The tightness didn't go away. Instead, it seemed to intensify slightly. Probably just the altitude, I told myself. Even though Eagle Ridge is only at about 6,000 feet, sometimes it takes my body a night to adjust. I sat up, took a few deep breaths, and drank some water from the bottle I keep in my tent. The water helped a little, and I lay back down trying to relax. 5 minutes later, the pressure was definitely worse. It felt like someone was sitting on my chest, not crushing me, but making it harder to take a full breath. I sat up again, this time unzipping my sleeping bag completely. I wondered if I was having some kind of anxiety attack. I'd never had one before, but with all the stress lately, maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. I tried some deep breathing exercises, counting slowly as I inhaled and exhaled, but each breath felt shallower than the last. The pressure was spreading, moving from my chest up toward my throat. I fumbled for my headlamp, suddenly needing to see clearly, to confirm that there was nothing physically restricting me. The beam of light showed nothing unusual in my tent, just my gear, neatly organized as always. But the reassurance did nothing to ease the growing tightness. I was definitely breathing harder now, having to concentrate on each inhale. What had started as mild discomfort was rapidly becoming frightening. I decided I needed fresh air. Maybe there was some kind of gas or something seeping up from the ground. I know that sounds crazy, but when you can't breathe, your mind races for explanations. I unzipped the tent with shaking hands and stumbled outside. The night was clear and cold, stars brilliantly visible above the trees. I gulped at the air, but the relief I expected didn't come. If anything, the tightness increased. It felt like a belt was being cinched around my lungs, one notch at a time. I could still breathe, but each breath was work, and each one seemed to bring in less air than I needed. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it would pass, but the pressure kept building. My heart was pounding now, partly from lack of oxygen and partly from growing panic. I've never been so acutely aware of how essential breathing is until each breath became a conscious effort. I staggered toward the lake, thinking maybe the more open space would help. My headlamp beam bounced wildly as I moved, casting distorted shadows that seemed to close in around me. By the time I reached the shore, I was taking rapid, shallow breaths that weren't doing much good. The invisible weight on my chest had become a vice. I dropped to my knees at the water's edge. My fingers dug into the cold mud as I hunched forward, desperately trying to expand my lungs against the crushing sensation. The world started to narrow, my peripheral vision darkening. I remember thinking with terrifying clarity, I'm going to die out here alone, and no one will find me for days. I don't know how long I knelt there, fighting for each breath. Time stretches when you're facing your mortality with each passing second. My throat felt like it was closing completely. I could hear a wheezing sound with each attempted breath and realized with horror that it was coming from me. In desperation, I splashed lake water on my face. The shock of the cold water did nothing to help my breathing, but it kept me conscious for a few more moments. I was dizzy now, the stars above seeming to spin and blur. My limbs felt heavy and distant, like they belonged to someone else. I collapsed onto my side, my cheek pressed against the muddy shore. I couldn't feel my fingers anymore. My chest burned with the effort of trying to pull in air that wouldn't come. This was it. After all my years in the wilderness, all the risks I'd taken, I was going to die from something invisible, something I couldn't fight or outrun. And then, when I was certain I had only moments of consciousness left, something changed. The pressure eased, just slightly at first, like the difference between completely unbearable and merely excruciating. But it was enough that I could drag in a marginally deeper breath, and then another. The vise around my chest loosened one tiny increment at a time. I lay there on the shore, focusing entirely on breathing, afraid to move or do anything that might bring back the crushing sensation. Gradually, painfully, my lungs began to expand more with each breath. The darkness at the edges of my vision receded. I could feel my fingers again, cold and caked with mud. After what might have been 20 minutes, I was able to push myself up to sitting. My body felt utterly drained, like I'd run a marathon. My throat was raw, my chest muscles ached like I'd been beaten. But I could breathe, not normally yet, but enough that I no longer feared immediate death. I sat by the lake until I stopped shaking, which took a long time. The forest was still unnaturally quiet. No wind, no animals, just the sound of my ragged breathing. When I finally felt strong enough to stand, I made my way back to my tent. There was no way I was going back to sleep. I dragged my sleeping bag outside and sat with my back against a tree, headlamp on, watching the darkness around me. Every few minutes, I'd feel a ghost of that pressure returning, and my heart would race until I convinced myself it was just my imagination. As soon as the sky began to lighten, I packed up my gear. My hands were still shaking, and I kept having to stop and catch my breath, not because I couldn't breathe now, but because the memory of suffocation was so fresh and terrifying. I left half my things behind, taking only what I absolutely needed for the hike out. The 8 miles back to my truck were the longest of my life. Every step felt like it might be the one where the invisible weight would return and crush me for good this time. I walked as fast as my trembling legs would carry me, constantly looking over my shoulder, though I don't know what I expected to see following me. I've never been so relieved to see my beat-up old Ford as I was when I finally stumbled into the parking area. I threw my pack in the back, cranked the engine, and drove away like something was chasing me. It's been 4 weeks, and I still wake up most nights gasping for air, my hands clawing at my chest. I went to a doctor. My lungs are fine, my heart is fine. Physically, there's nothing wrong with me. He suggested anxiety, prescribed some meds that make me feel foggy. I haven't told many people what happened. How do you explain something like that? I've been hiking and camping my whole life and never experienced anything remotely similar. I've researched everything from altitude sickness to panic attacks to obscure toxic plants, and nothing matches what happened to me that night. All I know is I'm never going back to Blackwater Forest, and sometimes, even in my apartment in the middle of the city, I wake up in the darkness, and for a split second, I feel that pressure starting to build again, and I wonder if whatever it was followed me home. Story 13. I still don't know how to explain what happened to my family. It's been years now, but I still think about it almost every day. I was only 11 when it all started, just a kid in Schwartz Creek, Michigan, living what I thought was a normal life, until it wasn't. It was around 2007 when everything changed. Mom called a family meeting in our small living room. I remember sitting cross-legged on the carpet, picking at a loose thread on my jeans, while my older siblings, Chelsea, Ronnie, and Shirira, took up spots around me. Mom stood next to Dad, Ronald, who looked so tired, like more tired than I'd ever seen him. "Your father is sick," Mom said, her voice cracking. "The doctors found cancer." I didn't fully understand what pancreatic liver cancer meant at the time. All I knew was that Dad started looking worse every day. His skin turned yellowish, and he lost so much weight that his clothes hung off him like they belonged to someone else. He was in and out of the hospital constantly. Then just a few months later, Sharira started complaining about feeling tired all the time. She had these weird lumps on her neck that wouldn't go away. Mom took her to the doctor, thinking it was mono or something simple. It wasn't. My 19-year-old sister had Hodgkin's lymphoma. Cancer, again, in our family. What were the odds? I remember sitting outside Sharira's hospital room while she got chemo, playing games on my Nintendo DS, but not really focusing on them, just trying to distract myself from the smell of the hospital and the sounds of people being sick. I hated that place. I still can't smell hand sanitizer without feeling sick to my stomach. Dad kept getting worse, but he refused to give up. He'd drag himself to Sharira's treatments when he could barely walk himself. One night, I overheard him talking to Mom in the kitchen. "I'm not going anywhere until she's better," he said. "I won't leave her to fight this alone." And somehow, miraculously, Sharira started getting better. Her doctors used words like responding to treatment and eventually remission. Everyone was relieved, but Dad just seemed peaceful, like he'd been waiting. He died on March 27th, 2009. I was at school when it happened. The principal came to get me from math class, and I knew before she said anything. Dad had been holding on for Sharira, and once she was okay, he let go. The funeral was awful. Everyone kept telling me how sorry they were, patting my head like I was a puppy. I hated it. I just wanted to be left alone. Sharira was there, looking healthy for the first time in months, but with this haunted look in her eyes, like she knew something the rest of us didn't. Life went on, I guess. We tried to adjust to Dad being gone. Mom went back to work. Chelsea moved to Washington for a job opportunity. Ronnie was working at the auto plant. Sharira was planning to go back to college in the fall. Then, about 6 months after Dad died, everything got weird. I remember that day so clearly. It was a Friday in September, and I was at a friend's house for a sleepover. Mom was working the night shift at the hospital, and Ronnie was out with his girlfriend. Sharira was home alone. Around 9 that night, my friend's mom got a call. She handed me the phone with this weird look on her face. It was Chelsea calling from Washington, sounding frantic. "Sabrina, is Sharira with you? Is she okay?" I told her no, that Sharira was at home by herself. "She just called me," Chelsea said, her voice shaking. She was hysterical, said she saw Dad in the kitchen. I felt cold all over. "What do you mean, saw Dad?" She said he was just standing there with his head down crying. She tried to talk to him, but when she got closer, he disappeared. I wanted to believe Sharira was making it up or had a bad dream, but she wasn't the type to lie about stuff like that, and she definitely wasn't the type to call Chelsea in a panic over nothing. Ronnie went home to check on her, and he said she was sitting on the porch, refusing to go back inside. She kept saying over and over, "He was warning me, he was trying to tell me something." 2 weeks later, Sharira collapsed at home. Mom rushed her to the hospital, and the news was devastating. Her cancer was back, and it was everywhere. Her lungs, her liver, her bones. The doctors said there was nothing they could do except make her comfortable. It happened so fast. One day she was planning her future, and the next she was in a hospital bed, hooked up to machines, unable to even speak because of the breathing tube they'd put in. I visited her the day before she died. She looked nothing like my sister anymore. Her face was swollen from the steroids, and her eyes had this faraway look. But when Ronnie came in, she suddenly became alert. She kept pointing at her phone, so Ronnie gave it to her. With shaking fingers, she typed out a message. I was standing right behind Ronnie, so I could see the screen. It said, "Heaven is real, God is real, Dad is here, and Grandpa too." Ronnie's voice cracked when he asked, "What do they want, Cher?" She just pointed at herself, not dramatically or anything, just a simple gesture, like, "They're here for me." She died the next day, September 20th, 2009. I was at the hospital when it happened. I watched her take her last breath. and I swear the room felt different afterward, like something had left with her that was more than just her life. But the weirdest part came later, when Chelsea called from Washington. She had been so worried about Sharira that she hadn't slept in days. She finally passed out from exhaustion a few hours before Sharira died, and she had this vivid dream. In it, Dad was there with his cousin Jennifer, who had died just 2 months before him. They told Chelsea that Sharira had died and was with them now. Chelsea woke up in a panic, and literally seconds later, Ronnie called to tell her that Sharira was gone. How could Chelsea have known? The timing was impossible. After losing both Dad and Sharira in the same year, we were all just trying to survive. Mom threw herself into work. Ronnie drank too much. I had nightmares almost every night. Chelsea stayed in Washington but called constantly to check on us. Then came January 10th, 2010. Mom had changed her name to Charlotte after Dad died, said she needed a fresh start or something. It was just me and her at home that night. I remember going to bed around 10, exhausted from a day of trying to catch up on school assignments I'd been neglecting. I woke up to Mom shaking me violently. "Sabrina, wake up! The house is on fire!" I couldn't see anything. The smoke was so thick it was like being blindfolded. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I just felt Mom grabbing my arm and pulling me. We stumbled through the house, bumping into walls and furniture. Mom was in front of me, feeling her way along. I remember thinking we were going to die. I couldn't see the exit. I couldn't see anything. Then somehow, we were outside in the freezing January air, coughing and gasping. Mom's hands were badly burned. She'd grabbed a hot doorknob or something trying to get us out. They later said she had third-degree burns that would need skin grafts. The firefighters told us we were lucky to be alive. One of them said, "With smoke that thick, you had maybe 30 seconds before you would have lost consciousness and never woken up." 30 seconds. We escaped with maybe seconds to spare. But here's the thing. Mom is the heaviest sleeper I know. She sleeps through thunderstorms, car alarms, everything. How did she wake up in time? When Chelsea heard about the fire, she went pale. She told us something she hadn't mentioned before. The night of the fire, she woke up suddenly in her apartment in Washington because she thought she heard someone calling her name. She got up and checked her whole apartment, but no one was there. The time matched exactly when our house caught fire in Michigan. It's been years now, and I still don't have explanations for any of it. Dad appearing to Sharira before her cancer came back. Sharira saying Dad and Grandpa were in her hospital room. Chelsea's dream about Sharira's death. Mom waking up just in time to save us from the fire. Chelsea hearing her name called from thousands of miles away. I'm not religious or anything, but I can't help feeling like Dad was watching over us somehow, like he was trying to prepare Sharira for what was coming, and then later he saved Mom and me from the fire. Sometimes I still feel like someone's watching over me, not in a creepy way, more like a protective presence. When things get really tough, I swear I can smell Dad's aftershave or hear Sharira's laugh. I don't talk about this stuff with many people. They'd probably think I'm crazy or just a kid who couldn't cope with losing her family members. But I know what happened. I was there, and I still don't know how to explain it. Story 14. I've been debating for weeks whether to share this, but I need to get it off my chest. I still can't sleep without checking every corner of my apartment first, and my therapist thinks writing about it might help me process what happened. So, here goes. About 6 months ago, I finally moved out of my parents' place into my first apartment. I was so excited to have my own space after 19 years of sharing a bathroom with my little brother. The apartment was in this old Victorian house that had been converted into units. Mine was 1D on the first floor. It was exactly what I could afford on my barista salary, which wasn't much, but it had these amazing high ceilings and these gorgeous bay windows that let in tons of natural light. Sure, the floorboards creaked like crazy and the pipes made weird noises at night, but it was mine. My parents thought it was sketchy and went back to unpacking. My boyfriend Aaron called right then to see if I wanted to grab dinner, but I told him I was determined to finish unpacking at least 3 boxes before I allowed myself to eat. He's used to my weird self-discipline rules. We were just chatting about nothing important while I folded clothes when my phone slipped out of where I'd been holding it between my ear and shoulder. It went skidding across the hardwood floor and disappeared under my bed. Shit. Hang on, I told Aaron. I dropped my phone under the bed. I got down on my hands and knees and lifted the dust ruffle to look underneath. That's when everything changed. There was a person under my bed. I can still see it so clearly. A man curled up with his back to me, wearing dark, filthy clothes. He was just lying there, completely still. For a split second, I thought maybe it was a pile of laundry I'd forgotten about. But then I saw his matted hair and the rise and fall of his breathing. Something inside me just froze. I didn't scream. I didn't gasp. Some survival instinct kicked in, and I carefully reached for my phone without making any sudden movements. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode out of my chest. "Hey, Aaron," I said, keeping my voice completely normal while cold sweat broke out all over my body. "I'm actually going to take a shower. Can I call you back in like half an hour?" Aaron said something about being disappointed, but I barely heard him. All I could focus on was keeping my voice steady and not alerting the person under my bed that I'd seen them. "Yeah, okay. Talk soon," I said, ending the call. I stood up slowly, my legs shaking so badly I thought they might give out. My mind was racing. How long had he been there? Had he been watching me sleep? Had he been in my apartment all day? Did he sneak in when I went to get the mail? I walked as normally as I could to the bathroom, even though every nerve in my body was screaming at me to run. I closed the door behind me and turned on the shower. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely turn the knob. My bathroom had a small window that faced the alley behind the building. I'd complained to the landlord that it didn't lock properly, but he hadn't fixed it yet. Thank God for negligent landlords, I guess. I climbed onto the toilet, pushed the window open, and squeezed through the opening. It was tight, and I scraped my hip on the way out, but I barely felt it. I dropped about 5 feet into the alley below, landing awkwardly and twisting my ankle. The pain shot up my leg, but I didn't care. I limped as fast as I could around to the front of the building and across the street. Only then did I pull out my phone with trembling hands and call 911. While I waited for the police, I called Aaron in tears and told him what was happening. He said he was on his way, but he lived across town. From where I was standing, I could see the window of my apartment. The shower was still running. I could see the steam fogging up the bathroom window. And then I saw something that made my blood turn to ice. A shadow moved behind my bathroom curtain. He was in there, looking for me. The police arrived within minutes, but it felt like hours. I was hyperventilating as I explained to them what had happened. They took it seriously right away. 3 officers went in with their hands on their weapons while another stayed with me. I'll never forget the radio crackling to life a few minutes later. "Suspect in custody." They brought him out in handcuffs. He was so thin, like he hadn't eaten properly in months. His clothes were filthy, his hair was matted, and his eyes, God, his eyes were the worst part. They were wide open, unblinking, staring straight ahead like he wasn't even seeing the real world. But the thing that still gives me nightmares was what the officers told me afterward. When they entered my apartment, they found him standing outside the bathroom door. He was holding one of my kitchen knives. I collapsed right there on the sidewalk. If I hadn't seen him under the bed, if I'd gone into the bathroom without knowing he was there, they took him away in a police car. I later found out he was homeless and had a history of mental illness. He'd been off his medication for months. Apparently, he'd been entering unlocked apartments in the area and hiding inside them, sometimes for days. The police said I was lucky. I noticed him. Lucky. Right. Aaron arrived just as they were finishing taking my statement. He held me while I sobbed. I couldn't go back into the apartment, not that night. We stayed at a hotel, and I didn't sleep at all. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those unblinking eyes, that kitchen knife. The next day, Aaron went with me to pack some essentials. The police had cleared the scene, but I couldn't stop shaking. My safe, perfect first apartment didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt violated, contaminated. I noticed things I hadn't seen before: a granola bar wrapper that wasn't mine in the trash, a glass in the sink I didn't remember using. Had he been eating my food, using my dishes? The thought made me gag. I learned later that he'd likely slipped in during those few seconds when I went to check the mail. He must have been watching me, waiting for an opportunity. The idea that he was observing me, calculating, makes my skin crawl. The man was sent to a psychiatric facility. My landlord changed all my locks and installed a security system, but it didn't matter. I couldn't stay there. Aaron moved in with me temporarily at my parents' house until we found a new place together. I didn't want to be alone anymore. It's been 6 months, and I still have nightmares. I still check under the bed every night. I look inside every closet when I enter a room. I pull back shower curtains to make sure no one's hiding behind them. The worst part isn't even the fear. It's knowing that someone was watching me in my own home without my knowledge. How long would he have stayed there if I hadn't dropped my phone? What was he planning to do with that knife? Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced there's someone under my bed again. Aaron holds me until I stop shaking, but I don't think he really understands. How could he? He didn't see those eyes. I don't know if I'll ever feel completely safe again. Every creak in the floorboards, every shadow in the corner, they all bring me right back to that moment when I lifted the dust ruffle and saw him lying there, breathing softly, waiting. I still have no idea what made me stay calm in that moment instead of screaming. Some kind of survival instinct I didn't know I had, I guess. The police officer said that probably saved my life. But now I live with this constant vigilance that exhausts me. I check locks 3 times before I go to bed. I put chairs against doors. I have panic attacks in public restrooms if I think I'm alone. The rational part of my brain knows he's locked away. The part of me that saw what was under my bed that night doesn't believe in safety anymore. Story 15. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now. I'm still not entirely sure if I should, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can offer some insight. About 2 months ago, I decided I needed to disconnect from everything. Work had been overwhelming, and I was constantly glued to my phone, laptop, or TV. I needed a break, somewhere with no Wi-Fi, no distractions, just me and nature. After browsing rental sites for a few days, I found this rustic cabin in Pine Hollow State Park that seemed perfect. It was advertised as remote and a true wilderness experience, which was exactly what I was looking for. The booking process was straightforward. I reserved it for 5 days, though I only ended up staying for 2. The rental agency emailed me directions and mentioned the key would be under a rock by the front steps. Pretty standard for these remote rentals. The drive to Pine Hollow took about 3 hours from my place. The last 45 minutes were on increasingly narrow roads, with the final stretch being a dirt road that twisted through dense forest. When I finally arrived, it was late afternoon. The cabin looked exactly like the photos. A small, rustic wooden structure nestled among tall evergreens. It wasn't fancy, but it had a certain charm to it. A small porch faced a clearing with forest stretching out in every direction. I found the key exactly where they said it would be, under a flat rock by the steps. As I unlocked the door and stepped inside, I was hit with that familiar musty cabin smell. Wood, dust, and a hint of something I couldn't quite place. The interior was basic. A main room with a small kitchenette, a table with 2 chairs, a worn sofa facing a wood stove, and a bedroom off to the side with a bathroom attached. Simple, but cozy. After unpacking my things, I stepped outside onto the porch to take in my surroundings. That's when I first noticed something odd: the silence. I've been to remote places before, but this was different. There was no distant traffic, no planes overhead, not even much in the way of bird calls or insects buzzing. Just this oppressive, thick silence that seemed to swallow everything. I told myself it was just what true isolation felt like, but something about it felt unnatural, almost deliberate. I spent that first evening getting settled, heating up the dinner I'd brought with me on the small propane stove and reading by lantern light. I'd deliberately left my phone in the car, it wouldn't have reception anyway, to fully disconnect. I turned in early, tired from the drive and looking forward to exploring the hiking trails the next day. I slept poorly that night. The silence was so complete that every small noise, the cabin settling, the occasional gust of wind, seemed magnified. I kept waking up with the distinct feeling of being watched, though I knew that was ridiculous. I chalked it up to being in an unfamiliar place and my mind playing tricks on me. The next morning, I made coffee and had a quick breakfast before heading out to explore. The rental agency had provided a crude map showing several hiking trails that branched out from the cabin. I chose one that looked like a moderate 4-mile loop and set off with water, some trail mix, and my camera. The trail was beautiful, winding through dense pine forest with occasional clearings that offered glimpses of the surrounding mountains. About half a mile in, I noticed something strange attached to a tree off to my right. At first, I thought it was just some kind of Forest Service equipment, but as I got closer, I realized it was a trail camera, the kind hunters use to track game. I didn't think much of it initially. These cameras are common enough in parks and wilderness areas. But then, about 200 yards further, I spotted another one, and then another. The more I looked, the more I noticed them, some obviously placed, others carefully camouflaged among the foliage. They were all positioned in a way that gave them a clear view of the trail, and many seemed angled in the direction of the cabin. My curiosity turned to unease. Why would there be so many cameras focused on one small section of trail? I decided to inspect one of them. It was a standard model, weatherproof with motion detection capabilities. When I opened it, I found it was powered and appeared operational, but there was no SD card inside. I checked another camera and then another. All the same, powered on, but empty. At least a dozen cameras, all running but not storing footage locally. This made no sense. Who sets up cameras but doesn't use SD cards? The only explanation I could think of was that these cameras were transmitting their footage somewhere else, which seemed technologically challenging in such a remote location. Or someone was regularly collecting the SD cards, which meant someone was frequently in these woods. The thought made my skin crawl. I suddenly felt exposed on the trail like I was on display. I decided to cut my hike short and return to the cabin, my mind racing with possibilities. Was this some kind of research project? Park rangers monitoring wildlife, or something more sinister? Back at the cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. I found myself checking the windows repeatedly, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement or more cameras. I even did a full circuit around the cabin, looking for devices attached to the structure itself, but found nothing. As the day wore on, my unease grew. The silence that had seemed merely strange before now felt threatening. I kept imagining someone out there in the woods, watching me, collecting footage of everything I did. I tried to distract myself by reading, but couldn't focus on the words. I made an early dinner, but barely tasted it. Night fell, and with it came an intensification of my anxiety. I made sure all the windows were covered and locked the door, though the flimsy lock offered little real security. I sat in the main room with a lantern burning low, straining to hear anything beyond the walls of the cabin. Around 11 o'clock I heard it, movement outside. Not the random sounds of forest animals, but deliberate, measured movements. It sounded like footsteps circling the cabin, pausing occasionally, as if someone was peering through the cracks in the curtains or listening at the walls. My heart pounded so loudly, I was sure whoever was out there could hear it. I sat frozen, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. After what seemed like an eternity, I gathered my courage, grabbed my flashlight, and approached the door. The footsteps continued, now at the side of the cabin. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. The sounds immediately stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, as if the entire forest was holding its breath. I waited, listening intently, but heard nothing more. Finally, I mustered the courage to open the door. The night air hit me like a physical force as I stepped onto the porch, sweeping my flashlight across the clearing. The beam illuminated nothing but trees and underbrush. I circled the cabin, checking every side, but found no sign of anyone having been there. No footprints in the soft earth, no broken branches, nothing. I told myself I had imagined it, that the sounds were just animals or the wind. But deep down, I knew better. The abrupt way the sounds had stopped when I called out was too deliberate, too human. I barely slept that night, sitting upright on the sofa with the flashlight beside me, jumping at every creak and groan of the cabin. By morning, I'd made my decision. I was leaving 3 days early or not. I packed quickly, throwing my things haphazardly into my bag. Before leaving, though, some impulse made me want to check those cameras one more time. I hurried down the trail to where I'd found the first one. It was still there, still powered on, still empty. I checked 2 more, same thing. As I was examining the third camera, a thought struck me. Someone had to be collecting footage from these devices. They couldn't transmit wirelessly out here. The technology just wouldn't work reliably in such dense forest. That meant someone was regularly visiting these cameras, removing the SD cards, and either replacing them with fresh ones, or, more disturbing, the cameras were just for show, meant to be discovered, meant to unsettle visitors like me. I practically ran back to the cabin, threw my bag in the car, and left the key where I'd found it. As I drove away, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. A series of realizations hit me one after another, each more unsettling than the last. Whoever had set up those cameras knew the layout of the trails intimately. They knew visitors would likely discover them. They wanted people to know they were being watched, and most disturbingly, they were careful not to leave evidence. No SD cards that could be traced back to a purchaser, no fingerprints, nothing. But the worst realization came as I was turning onto the main highway, finally feeling like I was escaping whatever lurked in those woods. Whoever was behind this now knew exactly who I was. They had footage of me arriving, of me hiking, of me inspecting their cameras. They knew what I looked like, what car I drove, and they could find me beyond Pine Hollow. It's been 2 months, and nothing has happened. No strange encounters, no sign of being followed or watched. But I can't shake the feeling that something was set in motion during those 2 days at the cabin, something that isn't finished yet. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I imagine I hear those same deliberate footsteps circling my house, pausing at windows, waiting. I've thought about reporting it to the park rangers or police, but what would I say? That I found some trail cameras without SD cards, that I heard footsteps but saw no one, that I have a feeling someone is watching me. They'd think I was paranoid or making it up, so I'm sharing it here instead. Maybe someone else has stayed at that cabin. Maybe someone else has noticed those cameras. Maybe I'm not alone in this experience. Or maybe I am, and that's the most terrifying thought of all. Story 16. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family and the police, but it's been 3 years, and I still can't shake what happened that night. I'm hoping that writing this all down might help me process it somehow. I was 19 at the time, working nights at Bolo Rama, this old family-owned bowling alley in Millbrook where I grew up. It wasn't exactly a dream job, but the pay was decent for a small town, and the night shift, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., meant I could attend community college during the day. The owners were this older couple who'd run the place since the 80s, and they trusted me enough to leave me alone during those overnight hours. Most nights weren't too bad. We'd get the occasional group of drunk friends or midnight league players, but it was usually pretty quiet after 2 a.m. I'd clean the lanes, restock the snack bar, and sometimes play a few games by myself when nobody was around. This particular night was in mid-December, about a week before Christmas. We were having this massive snowstorm, the kind where the plows can't keep up and the town basically shuts down. I remember driving to work that evening, my crappy Honda sliding all over the place, thinking maybe they'd just call me and tell me not to come in, but no such luck. When I arrived at 10, my manager Frank just looked relieved to see me. "Tyler, thank God. I wasn't sure you'd make it." He hurried through the closing procedures, clearly anxious to get home before the roads got worse. "Don't expect anyone tonight," he said, zipping up his heavy coat. "If the weather gets too bad, just lock up and go home. I'll make sure the owners understand." By 10:30, Frank was gone, and I was completely alone in this huge, empty bowling alley. The place always felt a bit stuck in the 90s with its faded carpet, wood paneling, and neon signs. But that night, with the snow piling up outside and nobody around, it felt especially eerie. I decided to get my cleaning done early since there wasn't going to be anyone coming in. I mopped the floors behind the lanes, wiped down the ball returns, and cleaned the bathrooms. By 11, I'd finished most of my tasks for the night. I remember thinking how weird it was to have the whole place to myself. All 16 lanes silent, the usual background noise of pins crashing and people laughing completely absent. So I grabbed a Coke from the cooler and sat in one of the chairs by the front windows. The parking lot was completely empty except for my car, which was already becoming a white lump under the falling snow. The streetlights made the snow look orange, and I remember just sitting there watching it come down, feeling kind of peaceful, despite how creepy the empty alley felt. I'd been sitting there for maybe 30 minutes when I heard it, this loud thud from somewhere behind the lanes. It wasn't the sound of a pin falling or something small dropping. It was heavy, like something substantial had been knocked over or fallen. My first thought was that maybe some snow had built up on the roof and slid off, or maybe something had broken in the back room where we kept all the mechanical parts for the pin setters. Whatever it was, I needed to check it out. I walked past the silent lanes toward the door that led to the back area. This was a part of the building most customers never saw. A long, narrow hallway that ran behind all 16 lanes with doors leading to the pin setting machines. At the far end was our storage room and an emergency exit. The hallway was always kept dim to save electricity, with just these yellowish safety lights spaced every 20 feet or so. I opened the door and immediately froze. There, on the concrete floor, were wet footprints. Not like puddles or drips, clear, distinct footprints from boots or shoes leading down the hallway away from me. I felt this immediate cold sensation spread through my chest. Those footprints weren't mine, and they definitely weren't Frank's. They were fresh, with water still pooling in them. Someone had come in from outside through the snow and was in the building with me. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding pathetically small in the empty hallway. "The alley's closed. You can't be back here." No response, just silence. I should have turned around right then. I should have run straight to the front desk and called the police. But I didn't. I convinced myself it might be one of the owners checking on something, or maybe a maintenance guy I didn't know about, so I followed the footprints. They led down the hallway, past the machinery for lanes 1 through 10, then veered toward the wall around lane 12. And that's when I saw it. A white envelope taped to the wall at about eye level. It hadn't been there during my earlier cleaning rounds. I was sure of it. The footprints continued past the envelope, toward the back emergency exit. My hands were shaking as I reached for the envelope. It wasn't sealed, just folded closed. I opened it and pulled out what was inside. Polaroid photographs. 5 of them. The first showed me mopping the floor behind lane 7. I could tell it had been taken just an hour earlier because I was wearing the same clothes. The second was me wiping down the ball return at lane 3. The third showed me coming out of the men's bathroom with cleaning supplies in my hand. The fourth was me walking across the empty lobby area, but it was the 5th photo that made my stomach drop and my legs go weak. It showed me sitting by the window, from behind. Whoever took it had been standing just a few feet behind me while I sat watching the snow, completely unaware. The photo couldn't have been more than 15 minutes old. I dropped the photos and ran. I didn't look back, didn't check the emergency exit, didn't try to investigate further. I just ran as fast as I could back to the front desk and grabbed the phone, punching in 911 with trembling fingers. 911, what's your emergency? The dispatcher's voice sounded so normal, so everyday while my world was collapsing. "Someone's in the bowling alley with me," I gasped, struggling to keep my voice steady. "I'm alone on shift and someone's been following me around, taking pictures of me. They left them for me to find." The dispatcher asked me for the address and told me to stay on the line while officers were dispatched, but I couldn't stay inside. The thought of being in that building, knowing someone had been silently stalking me for at least an hour, was too much. "I can't stay in here," I told the dispatcher. "I'm going to my car. I'll lock myself in until the police arrive." She tried to keep me inside, saying it might be safer, but I was already grabbing my coat and keys. I kept the phone pressed to my ear as I ran to the front door, unlocked it, and dashed out into the snow. The cold hit me like a slap, and the snow was coming down so hard I could barely see my car just 30 feet away. I ran, slipping and stumbling, until I reached it, fumbled with my keys, and finally got the door open. Once inside, I locked all the doors and started the engine to get some heat. The dispatcher was still talking to me, telling me officers were on their way. I sat there, watching the bowling alley, terrified that at any moment I'd see someone emerge from the building. Despite the weather, 2 police cars arrived within minutes, their lights casting eerie blue and red patterns across the snow-covered parking lot. 4 officers approached my car, and I rolled down the window just enough to talk to them. They asked me to show my ID and explain what happened. Then 2 of them went inside to check the building while the other 2 stayed with me. When the officers came back out about 20 minutes later, they looked puzzled. They'd found the photos where I'd dropped them and had seen the footprints, but they'd checked the entire building, including the roof access and all the closets and storage areas, and found no one. The emergency exit showed signs of having been opened recently. Snow had been disturbed on the outside, but there were no footprints leading away from it. Whoever had been there was long gone. They took the photos as evidence and had me file a report. One of the officers even followed me home to make sure I got there safely, but they never found who did it. The bowling alley didn't have security cameras. The owners had always thought they were unnecessary in our small town, so there was no footage to review. I quit that job the next day, couldn't bring myself to go back, even when the owners offered to make sure someone else was always there with me during shifts. For weeks afterward, I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced someone was watching me. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, certain I'd heard a camera click or footsteps in my apartment. The police suggested it might have been a prank by someone who knew I worked there, or maybe some creep who'd been planning to rob the place but got spooked. But if that was the case, why take those photos? Why leave them for me to find? It's been 3 years, and I still don't have answers. I still get uneasy in empty buildings. I still check behind me when I'm alone, and I still wonder about those footprints, about who was standing behind me as I watched the snow fall, silently taking my picture while I sat there, completely unaware that I wasn't alone. Sometimes I think not knowing is the worst part, not knowing who they were, not knowing what they wanted, not knowing if they're still out there, watching me even now. Story, 17 mani neram. I've been a volunteer firefighter and EMT in Pine Grove for almost 4 years now. It's a small town where everyone knows each other and nothing major ever happens except for the occasional kitchen fire or fender bender. My dad's been with the department for 25 years, and I followed in his footsteps after college. Last New Year's night changed everything for me though, and I still can't shake what happened. Most of the town was celebrating, drinking champagne and watching the ball drop. Dad and I were on call that night because nobody else wanted to do it, and honestly, I didn't mind. We were just hanging out at his place, watching the countdown on TV when our radios crackled to life around 12:30 in the morning. Dispatch to Pine Grove Volunteer Fire. We have reports of a vehicle accident with possible injuries at 1422 Maple Street. Dad and I looked at each other with confusion. 1422 Maple Street is our fire hall's address. The dispatcher called again, and I grabbed my radio. Pine Grove VFD responding, confirming location at the fire hall. Affirmative. Caller reported a vehicle with a person down in the parking lot. We threw on our coats and were out the door in seconds. Dad's house is only 5 blocks from the station, and as we drove through the empty streets, I remember how quiet everything was. The temperature was dropping fast. Must have been around 15 degrees that night. Frost covered everything, and our breath made these little clouds inside the truck, even with the heater running full blast. Probably some drunk who got confused and pulled into our lot instead of the bar next door, Dad said, but I could tell by his voice he was concerned. We usually get calls about accidents, not at our own station. As we turned onto Maple Street, I could see headlights shining in our parking lot. Just one car positioned at a weird angle near the back entrance. The engine was still running. I could see exhaust billowing out into the cold air, looking almost solid in the freezing temperature. Something felt off immediately. Dad pulled up and we both jumped out. There were no skid marks on the ground, no signs of impact anywhere. The car, a dark blue sedan, was just sitting there, idling. The driver's door was closed, but the passenger door was wide open, and that's when I saw her. A young woman, probably early 20s, was slumped halfway out of the passenger seat. Her top half was hanging out of the car, arms dangling toward the pavement, head down. Her long blonde hair was covering her face. She wasn't moving at all. Underneath her, spreading across the frozen asphalt, was a dark pool that I immediately recognized as blood. A lot of blood. "Get the jump bag," Dad shouted as he rushed toward her. I ran to our truck and grabbed our emergency kit, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. By the time I got back, Dad was already checking for a pulse. "She's alive, but barely. Call for ALS backup now." I radioed dispatch requesting advanced life support as I dropped to my knees beside the woman. I didn't even think about it at the time, but I was kneeling right in her blood. It was so cold that night that the blood was actually steaming as it hit the frozen ground. I could feel the warmth seeping through my pants, then the cold immediately after. It's a sensation I'll never forget. We started assessing her while waiting for the ambulance. Her skin was pale and cool to the touch, but not frigid yet. She wasn't responding to verbal stimuli at all. I checked her pupils with my penlight. Uneven and sluggish. Bad sign. Her breathing was shallow and irregular. I started looking for the source of all that blood while Dad maintained her airway. Her entire scalp was completely soaked, dark red and slick. I gently moved her hair, trying to find where it was coming from. That's when my fingers found it. A hole at the base of her skull. Not jagged or torn like most head wounds. This was smooth, round, and deep. My fingers actually slipped into it a bit before I realized what I was feeling and pulled back. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. It looked exactly like a gunshot wound, an execution-style gunshot wound. I looked at Dad, and I could tell he had found it too. He gave me this look I'd never seen before, a mixture of fear and determination that made my blood run cold. "Marcus," he whispered, "we need to secure the scene. Now." That's when it fully hit me. Someone had shot this woman, executed her, and left her here at our fire hall. Whoever did this could still be nearby, could have been watching us from the darkness while we worked on her. The thought made my skin crawl. I stood up and scanned the parking lot, the tree line behind our building, the road, nothing but shadows and frost-covered emptiness. The police weren't there yet. It was just us, this dying woman, and possibly her attacker somewhere in the darkness. The ambulance arrived a few minutes later, followed immediately by 3 police cruisers. Everything happened fast after that. The paramedics took over care while officers started sweeping the area with flashlights, guns drawn. I remember one of them saying, "Where the hell is the driver?" That's when we all realized there was no one else in or around the car. They decided to airlift her to the trauma center in the city, about 60 miles away. Her condition was deteriorating fast. As they loaded her into the ambulance to transport her to the landing zone, I caught a glimpse of her face for the first time. She looked so young. Just a normal girl who should have been celebrating the new year with friends, not fighting for her life with a hole in her head. After she was gone, I stood there in the parking lot, looking down at myself. My pants from the knees down were soaked in her blood, now freezing solid in the cold. My hands were covered too, stained dark red under my fingernails. Despite the gloves I'd been wearing, I felt numb, and not just from the cold. The police interviewed us both, asking if we'd seen anyone else, heard anything, noticed any vehicles leaving the area when we arrived. We hadn't. They examined the car, No weapon inside, no shell casings, nothing that would immediately explain what happened. The engine was still running, heater on full blast, like whoever was driving had just stepped out for a moment and planned to come right back. One of the officers, a guy named Brennan, who I've known since high school, pulled me aside while the others were working. "Marcus, between us, this looks like an execution. Clean shot to the base of the skull. Professional. We don't see this kind of thing around here." I nodded, still in shock. "You think someone brought her here on purpose? To our fire hall?" Brennan shrugged. "Could be coincidence, could be they knew it would get an immediate response. We'll figure it out. You okay?" I wasn't okay, not at all, but I nodded anyway. It was nearly 4 in the morning by the time they finished processing the scene. Dad and I were both exhausted and in shock. We drove back to his place in silence. I couldn't stop thinking about that hole in her skull, how my finger had slipped into it, the warmth of her blood on the frozen ground. Later that day, technically the same day I guess, just after we'd both managed a few hours of restless sleep, we had to go to a family gathering at my aunt's house. It was an annual New Year's Day thing we couldn't skip. Everyone had already heard about what happened. In a town like Pine Grove, news travels fast, especially bad news. As soon as we walked in, we were bombarded with questions. Was it really a mob hit? My cousin asked. "I saw on Facebook someone shot a girl at the fire station," my aunt exclaimed. "Was her head blown off? That's what they're saying downtown," another relative added eagerly. They were practically salivating for details, like it was some kind of entertaining crime show and not a real person who might be dying or already dead. After about 20 minutes of this, I couldn't take it anymore. "A young woman is fighting for her life right now," I snapped. "I had her blood freeze to my clothes last night. This isn't fucking gossip material." The room went silent. I walked out and sat in my car for almost an hour before Dad came to check on me. For the next few weeks, I couldn't sleep properly. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see her hanging out of that car door, feel that smooth hole under my fingertips. I kept wondering who she was, if she had survived, who had done this to her and why. Then, about 3 weeks later, Brennan called me. The investigation had concluded. The woman, her name was Ellie, I learned, hadn't been shot after all. According to the medical examiner, she had fallen and hit her head on the concrete curb in our parking lot. The perfectly round hole I thought I felt was apparently just a particularly clean break in her skull. She'd been drinking heavily and had pulled into our lot, possibly confused or looking for help, then fallen when trying to get out of her car. I didn't believe it at first. I knew what I felt. That was no ordinary head wound. But Brennan insisted the forensics were clear. No gunpowder residue, no bullet fragments, nothing to indicate a shooting. Ellie survived, but with significant brain damage. She doesn't remember anything about that night. It's been 10 months now, and I still don't know what to believe. The official story makes logical sense, I guess, but it doesn't match what I experienced, what I felt with my own hands. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, thinking about how for those few hours I believed there was someone out there who had executed a young woman at our fire hall, someone who might have been watching us from the shadows as we tried to save her, someone who might have been waiting for us. I've responded to dozens of calls since then, but I've never felt safe at our station again. Every time I pull into that parking lot, I look for bloodstains that aren't there anymore. I check the tree line for shadows that shouldn't be moving. I wonder if someday I'll find another car parked at an odd angle, engine running, with someone slumped over inside, and I wonder if next time they'll be waiting for me. Story 18. I don't talk about this much. Even typing it out now makes my hands shake a bit. I was 5 years old when it happened, and it's one of those memories that's burned into my brain so clearly that I can still feel the cold basement air if I close my eyes. I grew up as the baby of the family. My brother was 9 years older than me, and he had this sick obsession with scaring me. Not just normal older brother stuff like jumping out from behind doors. I'm talking elaborate, traumatizing pranks. His favorite thing was dressing up as Ghostface from the Scream movies. He had the whole get-up. The droopy white mask with that horrible screaming expression, the black robe that dragged on the floor, and this plastic knife that looked way too real to my 5-year-old eyes. He'd wait until I was alone, then creep up behind me in that costume. I'd turn around and nearly pee myself every time. My parents would get mad at him, but he'd just laugh it off. "I'm just toughening her up," he'd say. But it wasn't funny to me. It was terrifying. I started checking around corners and under my bed every night because of him. Our house was this old split level from the 70s. The basement was finished but still felt like a dungeon to me. The walls were wood-paneled, the carpet was this ugly brown shag, and the ceiling had those speckled tiles with water stains. My brother's bedroom was down there, along with the laundry room and a small TV area where he played video games with his friends. I hated going down there. The stairs creaked, the lighting was dim, and it always smelled musty. Plus, my brother told me once that someone had died in the house before we moved in. I don't know if that was true or just another way to scare me, but I believed him. This particular day was a Tuesday in October. I remember because my mom had the day off work and she was doing laundry while my dad was at the office. My brother and sister were both out. My sister at a friend's house and my brother playing basketball at the park with some neighborhood kids. I was coloring at the kitchen table when my mom walked in with a stack of my brother's clean clothes. She was on the phone with my aunt talking about Thanksgiving plans or something, and she motioned for me to take the clothes down to my brother's room. I immediately shook my head. No way was I going down to the basement alone. "Please, sweetie," she whispered, covering the phone. "I'm in the middle of something. Just run down and put them on his bed. It'll take you 2 seconds. I must have looked terrified because she added, "Your brother's not even home. He can't scare you." That was true. I'd watched him leave with his basketball an hour earlier. Still, my stomach twisted into knots as I took the warm pile of clothes from her. They smelled like fabric softener, which was oddly comforting. I stood at the top of the stairs for what felt like forever, gathering my courage. The first flight went down to a small landing, then you had to turn and go down another flight to reach the basement. I could only see part way down from where I stood. "Just go," I whispered to myself, and then I bolted. I ran down the first flight, turned, and practically flew down the second set of stairs, my heart pounding in my chest. The basement was quiet, except for the hum of the water heater and the ticking of this stupid cat clock my brother had on his wall. The one with the eyes and tail that moved back and forth. I hated that thing. As soon as my feet hit the basement floor, something felt off. I can't explain it exactly, but the air felt different, heavier somehow, like when you're swimming underwater and everything gets muffled and slow. But I was just a kid, and I had one mission: drop the clothes and get out. I darted to my brother's room, which was on the far side of the basement. His door was partially open, and I could see his unmade bed with the Star Wars sheets. I didn't even step fully into the room, just tossed the clothes onto his bed from the doorway. Relief washed over me. Mission accomplished. Now I just had to get back upstairs to the safety of the kitchen. I turned around, ready to make my escape. That's when I saw it. Standing at the top of the stairs, completely motionless, was Ghostface. The black robe hung all the way to the floor. The white mask seemed to glow in the dim light of the stairwell. The figure just stood there, blocking the only way out, staring down at me. My first thought was that my brother had somehow snuck back in to scare me again. But something was wrong. The figure was too still. My brother always made a show of it, waving the knife, tilting his head, or charging at me. This, whatever it was, just stood there, watching. I couldn't move. My entire body went ice cold, like someone had replaced my blood with freezing water. I couldn't even scream at first. My throat just closed up. And then it hit me. My brother wasn't home. My mom had confirmed it. My sister was at a friend's house. My dad was at work. There shouldn't be anyone else in the house. That realization broke whatever paralysis had gripped me. I screamed. Not a normal scared kid scream, but something primal that I didn't know I was capable of. It felt like it was ripped from somewhere deep inside me, and it echoed off the wood-paneled walls of the basement. The figure didn't react. It didn't move, didn't flinch at my scream. It just kept staring. Logic says I should have run toward the stairs. It was the only way out, but panic doesn't follow logic. Instead, I ran deeper into the basement, away from the stairs, away from the figure. I scrambled behind the water heater in the corner of the laundry room and made myself as small as possible, pulling my knees to my chest. I was sobbing uncontrollably, trying to be quiet but failing miserably. My whole body shook so hard my teeth chattered. I kept waiting to hear footsteps coming down the stairs, to see the black robe sweep into view, to feel the plastic knife against my skin. But nothing happened. I don't know how long I stayed there. It felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Eventually, I heard my mom calling my name from upstairs, her voice frantic. "I'm down here," I managed to choke out between sobs. Behind the water heater, I heard her footsteps rushing down the stairs and I peeked out. The figure was gone. There was no sign of Ghostface anywhere. When my mom found me, I was a hysterical mess. I tried to explain what happened between hiccuping sobs, pointing wildly at the stairs. Ghostface, he was standing there. He was watching me. My mom's face went pale. She immediately went upstairs and searched the entire house, checking closets, under beds, behind doors. She even went outside to look around the yard, but there was no one there. No Ghostface. No intruder. Nothing. She called my brother's friend's mom, who confirmed he was still playing basketball at the park. He hadn't come home at all. My mom tried to calm me down. "Sweetie, there's no one here. Maybe it was a shadow or your imagination. You know how scared you get of the basement." But I knew what I saw. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't my imagination. It was solid and real and standing at the top of those stairs. That night, my mom called my aunt over. I didn't understand what they were doing at the time, but looking back, I realized they were smudging the house, burning sage and walking through each room. My mom stood in the middle of our living room with this bundle of smoking herbs and said in the firmest voice I've ever heard her use, "You're not welcome here. This is our home. There's no room for you. You need to leave." I remember feeling both terrified and oddly comforted by her words, like she believed me, even if she wouldn't admit it. Things calmed down after that. My brother still tried to scare me sometimes, but never with the Ghostface costume again. My mom made him get rid of it, saying it was too much. He complained, but eventually gave in. About a year later, we moved to a new house up in the mountains. My parents said it was because my dad got a better job, but sometimes I wonder if there was more to it. I'm 28 now, and I still can't watch the Scream movies. My friends think it's funny, this random phobia of a cheesy horror villain. I've never told most of them the real reason. The thing is, I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was a neighborhood kid who snuck in to play a prank. Maybe it was a weird reflection or shadow. Maybe my brother had come home briefly without anyone knowing, but I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, and none of those explanations make sense. My brother was confirmed to be at the park the whole time. No doors or windows were found open, and what I saw wasn't a vague shadow. It was solid and clear as day. Sometimes late at night, when I'm alone in my apartment and everything is quiet, I still think about that figure standing at the top of the basement stairs, perfectly still, watching, waiting, and I still don't know what it was or what it wanted. All I know is that it was real, and sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can feel something watching me from the doorway of my bedroom. I've learned to keep my back to the wall when I sleep, just in case. Story 19. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now. Part of me wants to forget it ever happened, but another part needs to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. I'm not normally into paranormal stuff or ghost stories. I've always considered myself pretty grounded. I'm studying biology at Portland State. I like facts and evidence. But what's been happening in my apartment since I moved in last August has completely shaken my worldview. When I first found this place, I thought I'd lucked out. It's a small one-bedroom in an older building downtown, but it gets great natural light and was actually within my budget, which is basically a miracle in Portland these days. The landlord seemed nice enough, an older guy who mentioned he'd owned the building for about 20 years. Nothing felt off during the viewing. No weird vibes, no red flags. Just a normal apartment with good water pressure and reasonably quiet neighbors. The first couple of months were completely uneventful. I settled in, arranged my furniture, hung some plants, and generally just enjoyed having my own space after sharing with 3 roommates during my first 2 years at PSU. My cat Milo adjusted quickly too. He's normally super skittish around new environments, but he seemed comfortable here almost immediately, which I took as a good sign. The first incident happened in late October, about 3 months after I moved in. I'd fallen asleep around 10 after studying for a microbiology exam. Something woke me up around 1 in the morning. Not a noise exactly, more like a feeling. You know that sensation when someone's watching you? It was like that, but stronger. When I opened my eyes, I saw a dark silhouette standing by my kitchen sink. My apartment is small. It's basically one main room with a separate bedroom and bathroom, so from my bed I can see into the kitchen area. At first, I thought it was just a shadow from the streetlight outside, or maybe my coat hanging on the back of a chair, but then it moved, not like walking, more like it shifted slightly, becoming more solid. It was definitely person-shaped, but completely black, like a hole cut into reality. I couldn't make out any features. I completely froze. I couldn't even scream. I just pulled my blanket up to my chin and stared at it, my heart pounding so hard I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. After what felt like forever but was probably only about 30 seconds, I managed to reach over and turn on my bedside lamp. When the light came on, there was nothing there. I convinced myself it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, or maybe a hypnagogic hallucination. I'd been studying sleep cycles in my neuroscience elective, so I knew about those weird half-dream states. I checked all the locks, looked under the bed, checked the closet, all the cliché things people do in horror movies that I used to laugh at. Everything was normal. I eventually fell back asleep with the light on. About 2 hours later, I woke up again to the sound of water running in my bathroom, not just dripping, full-on running, like someone had turned the faucet on. I remember sitting up, completely alert this time, and looking at my bathroom door, which was partially open. I could see the light was off, but I could definitely hear water. The weird thing was, Milo was curled up at the foot of my bed, completely relaxed. He's normally the first to investigate any unusual sound. I got up, grabbed my phone as a flashlight, and cautiously checked the bathroom. The faucet was off, everything was dry, no sign anyone had been in there. I spent the rest of that night on the couch with all the lights on, telling myself I was just stressed about midterms. After that first night, things quieted down for a while. I had a few restless nights where I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, but nothing concrete. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Then, about 3 weeks later, I woke up around 3 in the morning to find every single cabinet in my kitchen standing open, not just slightly ajar, fully open, as if someone had methodically gone through and opened each one. I distinctly remember closing them all before going to bed because I'd just done dishes. What freaked me out the most was Milo's reaction, or lack thereof. He was sitting on the kitchen counter, calmly watching the empty space in the middle of the room. Not hissing, not arching his back, just watching. When I came over to start closing the cabinets, he looked at me like I was interrupting something, then jumped down and went back to bed. These weird occurrences continued sporadically through November and December. Sometimes I'd wake up to find things moved around. Nothing dramatic, just objects slightly out of place. My coffee mug on the opposite side of the counter, my textbooks rearranged on the shelf. Once I found all my refrigerator magnets arranged in a perfect circle on the floor, I started doing research, looking into the history of the building, checking if anyone had died here. As far as I could tell, there was nothing notable about the apartment or even the neighborhood. It's just a regular building from the 1970s, nothing special. I even discreetly asked some neighbors if they'd experienced anything strange, but they all just gave me weird looks. By January, I was sleeping poorly most nights, constantly waking up with that feeling of being watched. I never saw the full shadow figure again, but I would catch glimpses of movement, like someone quickly ducking out of sight. I started leaving lights on, playing podcasts while I slept, anything to make the apartment feel less empty. Then my sister Ellie came to visit during her winter break. I hadn't told her about any of this. I didn't want her to think I was losing it. Ellie's always been more intuitive than me. She doesn't claim to see spirits or anything, but she's had these premonition dreams since we were kids that have an unsettling way of coming true. The night before she arrived, she called me sounding shaken. She said she'd woken up screaming from a dream about me. In it, she was watching me sleep, but something else was watching too. Something that wasn't human. She couldn't describe it clearly, just that it felt ancient and curious. When she told me this, my stomach dropped. I still didn't tell her about my experiences, though. I just assured her it was just a bad dream. The first 2 days of her visit were normal. We explored Portland, went hiking in Forest Park, did typical tourist stuff. I started to relax, thinking maybe having another person in the apartment had scared off whatever was happening. On the third night, we both went to bed around midnight. I'd given Ellie my bed and was sleeping on an air mattress on the floor beside her. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up abruptly, that familiar sensation of being watched washing over me. The room felt different, colder, with a strange pressure in the air like just before a thunderstorm. I opened my eyes and nearly screamed. Hovering about 3 feet above Ellie was something. I don't have words to accurately describe it. It was about a foot long, with a face that reminded me of ancient Greek depictions of harpies. Not quite human, not quite bird, but its body was twisted and segmented like a DNA helix, semi-transparent and shifting. It wasn't solid. It seemed to flicker in and out of visibility, like bad reception on an old TV. As I watched, frozen in terror, Ellie suddenly sat bolt upright in bed, gasping. We both started speaking at the same time. "There's something," I began. "I felt it," she said. We stared at each other, then back at the space above the bed. The thing was still there, but now it seemed to be watching both of us. I could feel its attention shift, like a spotlight moving between us. "You can see it," Ellie whispered, her voice shaking. "Yes," I replied, not taking my eyes off it. "Can you?" "No," she said, "but I can feel it. It's right there, isn't it?" She pointed exactly where the thing was hovering. "Try to stay calm," she continued, her voice steadier now. "Let's visualize white light surrounding us, protecting us." I wanted to laugh hysterically at how new agey that sounded, but I was too terrified to do anything but nod. We sat there, both of us conscious, both of us awake, as this thing drifted between us for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. It never made any aggressive moves, but its presence felt intrusive, like being examined under a microscope. Eventually it seemed to lose interest. It drifted toward the ceiling and faded away. We sat in silence for several more minutes before Ellie whispered, "What the hell was that?" We stayed up the rest of the night with all the lights on, comparing notes. The strangest part was confirming we were both fully awake during the experience. This wasn't sleep paralysis or a shared dream. We were conscious, alert, and experiencing the same thing from different perspectives. Ellie left the next day, cutting her visit short. Before she went, she smudged my apartment with sage she bought from a new age shop downtown and left me a dream catcher to hang over my bed. I'm not sure I believe in that stuff, but I was desperate enough to try anything. It's been 3 weeks since that night. The activity hasn't stopped. If anything, it's increased. Last night I woke up to find 3 of those twisted DNA strand creatures floating near my ceiling, observing me. They don't seem malevolent exactly, but their interest in me is terrifying. I don't feel like they want to harm me. It's more like they're studying me for reasons I can't understand. I've considered moving, but I'm locked into a year-long lease. And honestly, I'm not convinced they wouldn't follow me. I've thought about seeking professional help, but I don't have a history of mental illness, and besides Ellie's confirmation, I'm not under any unusual stress beyond normal school pressures. What keeps me up at night, besides the obvious, is wondering what they want. Why me? Why this apartment? And how do I make them stop? I've started sleeping with a voice recorder running, hoping to catch something, evidence that I'm not losing my mind. So far, nothing conclusive, just occasional static and some weird clicking sounds that could easily be the building settling. Last night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to find Milo sitting at the foot of my bed, staring intently at the ceiling. When I followed his gaze, I saw one of the entities, larger than before, its face more defined. It seemed to be waiting for something. I don't know how long we stayed like that, locked in this silent standoff, but eventually I must have fallen back asleep from sheer exhaustion. When I woke up this morning, all my research notes on the building's history were arranged in a perfect spiral on my desk, the pages I'd highlighted forming a pattern that looked disturbingly like the twisted bodies of the entities. Milo was sitting in the center of the spiral, purring. I don't know what to do anymore. They're watching me even now as I type this. I can feel them over my shoulder, curious about my words. Sometimes I think I can hear them whispering just below the threshold of comprehension, like they're trying to communicate, but we don't share a language. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any advice beyond move immediately, I'm desperate for help. I've tried ignoring them, acknowledging them, asking them to leave. Nothing works. They're here, they're watching, and I don't think they're planning to leave anytime soon. Story 20. I still haven't told anyone about what happened to me last October. Not my therapist, not my friends, not even my family. But I need to get this out somewhere because it's eating me alive, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. For context, I'd been having a really rough time last year. I was working 60-plus-hour weeks at a marketing firm in Chicago, barely sleeping, and my anxiety was through the roof. My doctor had actually warned me that if I didn't find a way to decompress, I was heading for a breakdown. So, when my college buddy Mike mentioned his family had this old cabin in northern Minnesota that nobody was using, it seemed like the perfect escape. The place was about 4 hours north of Minneapolis, completely off-grid in the middle of nowhere. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, no electricity. Exactly what I needed to disconnect. Mike gave me the coordinates and some basic directions since the place wasn't even on most maps. Just bring food, warm clothes, and something to read, he told me. And don't worry about bears. They mostly leave people alone. I took a week off work, loaded up my SUV with supplies, and made the drive up on a Sunday. The last 20 miles were on unmarked dirt roads that got narrower and rougher the further I went. By the time I found the turnoff to the cabin, just a gap between trees with a faded wooden sign, it was already late afternoon. The cabin itself was exactly what you'd imagine. Small, weathered wood with a rusted tin roof and a sagging front porch. It looked like something out of a horror movie, to be honest, but I was so relieved to finally arrive that I didn't care. The key was hidden under a rock by the steps, just like Mike said. Inside was pretty basic. One main room with a small kitchenette, a wood stove, and a beaten-up couch. A narrow doorway led to a tiny bedroom with a twin bed and a dresser. The bathroom was just a little closet with a composting toilet. No shower, just an outdoor pump for water. The whole place smelled like mothballs and pine. I spent that first day cleaning, airing the place out, and figuring out how everything worked. The propane stove in the kitchen still had fuel, thankfully. I checked out the woodshed around back, which was well stocked. By the time night fell, I had the wood stove going, the oil lamps lit, and I was actually feeling pretty good about the whole situation. The silence was incredible. No traffic, no neighbors, no notifications, just the occasional creak of the cabin settling and the wind in the trees. I slept better that night than I had in months. The next morning, I woke up feeling refreshed and decided to explore the area. Mike had mentioned some hiking trails nearby, though they weren't marked. I packed a small backpack with water, some trail mix, and a compass. Thank God I brought one. And headed out around 9 in the morning. I distinctly remember propping the front door open with a rock because I wanted to air the place out while I was gone. The forest was beautiful, all tall pines and birch trees with a thick carpet of needles underfoot. I followed what looked like an old game trail for maybe an hour, taking it slow and just enjoying being away from everything. I didn't go too far because I was paranoid about getting lost, but it felt amazing to just walk and breathe and not think about deadlines or emails. I got back to the cabin around noon, and that's when I noticed the first weird thing. The front door was closed, not just no longer propped open, fully closed. I stood there staring at it for a solid minute, trying to figure out if the wind could have somehow moved that heavy rock and closed the door. It didn't seem possible. I went inside cautiously, half expecting to find someone there. The cabin was empty though, and nothing seemed out of place or missing. My laptop was still on the table, my phone was charging off the portable battery I'd brought, my food was untouched, but something felt different, like when you come home and can somehow sense that someone's been in your apartment even though nothing is obviously disturbed. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe I hadn't wedged the rock properly. Maybe there had been a strong gust of wind. Maybe the door had a spring hinge I hadn't noticed. I spent the rest of the day reading and trying to relax, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That night, I double-checked that the door was locked before going to bed around 11. I fell asleep eventually, but woke up around 3 in the morning to what sounded like footsteps outside, right by the bedroom wall. Heavy, deliberate footsteps that paused for a few seconds, then continued slowly around toward the back of the cabin. I lay there frozen, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The footsteps circled the entire cabin once, then stopped at what sounded like the front porch. I heard the creak of weight on the wooden steps, then silence. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I kept thinking about how isolated I was. How if something happened, no one would know for days, maybe weeks. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I finally worked up the courage to grab the flashlight beside my bed and check the windows. I couldn't see anything in the darkness beyond the glass. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep because the next thing I knew, it was morning. The first thing I did was carefully check outside. The ground around the cabin was mostly pine needles, which don't show footprints well, but I didn't see any obvious signs that someone had been there. No cigarette butts, no trash, nothing moved or disturbed. I spent the whole day within sight of the cabin. Every so often, I'd catch what seemed like movement between the trees at the edge of the clearing, but whenever I looked directly, there was nothing there. I told myself it was just my eyes playing tricks, or maybe a deer or some other animal. I seriously considered leaving that day. Something didn't feel right, and the isolation that had seemed so appealing before now felt oppressive and dangerous. But the rational part of my brain kept saying I was overreacting, and honestly, I was embarrassed at the thought of telling Mike I'd freaked out over nothing after just 2 nights, so I stayed. Big mistake. That evening, I made sure everything was secure. I locked the door, closed all the curtains, and even wedged a chair under the doorknob. I kept one of the oil lamps burning low in the main room and took the other to the bedroom with me. I was exhausted from the stress and lack of sleep the night before, so despite my anxiety, I dozed off pretty quickly. The sound that woke me this time wasn't footsteps. It was a loud, deliberate knock on the side of the cabin, right next to my bed. 3 slow knocks, like someone was using their knuckles on the wood. I sat bolt upright, too terrified to make a sound. Then the footsteps started again, circling the cabin slowly, methodically. As they reached the front of the cabin, I heard the distinct creak of weight on the porch steps, then more creaking as whatever it was crossed the porch to the door. The doorknob rattled, not violently but firmly, like someone checking if it was locked. Then silence. I didn't move for the rest of the night. I sat there in bed, clutching my phone, useless with no signal. and the hunting knife I'd brought along just in case, listening to every creak and groan of the old cabin. I kept the oil lamp burning and my eyes fixed on the bedroom doorway, terrified that whoever or whatever was outside would find a way in. When dawn finally came, I was still sitting there, stiff and sore and completely on edge. I waited until full daylight before I got up the courage to look outside. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. Then I noticed something on the top step of the porch, a single, large boot print pressed into the damp wood. Just one print, right in the middle of the step, no trail leading to it, no prints leading away. Like someone had materialized out of nowhere, stepped once on the porch, and then vanished. That was it for me. I threw my stuff into my backpack in record time, not even bothering to clean up or close things properly. I just needed to get out of there. I was so frantic that I left my favorite jacket hanging on the hook by the door, but there was no way in hell I was going back for it. The drive out was a blur. I kept checking my rear-view mirror, convinced I was being followed, but the dirt road behind me was empty. I didn't start breathing normally until I hit the highway and saw other cars again. I told Mike I'd had to leave early because of a work emergency. I couldn't bring myself to tell him what really happened. It sounded crazy even to me. I tried to put the whole thing out of my mind once I got back to Chicago. Told myself I'd been stressed, sleep-deprived, and my imagination had run wild in the isolation. 3 weeks later, I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. No message, just a photo. It was a picture of my SUV parked in front of the cabin, taken from the edge of the forest, partially hidden behind a tree. No one knew I was at that cabin. No one except Mike, and he'd been in California that whole week. I changed my phone number the next day and moved apartments a month later. I still don't know who or what was watching me in those woods, but they wanted me to know they were there, and sometimes, when I'm walking alone on a quiet street, I get the feeling they're still watching. Story 21. I've been debating whether to share this for a long time. It's been over 6 years, and I still wake up sweating some nights. I guess writing it out might help me process it, but honestly, I'm not sure anything will ever make sense of what happened to me and my partner that night in December 2016. I was a deputy with the Blackwater County Sheriff's Department in West Virginia. Still am, technically, though I transferred to desk duty after everything went down. My name's Alan, and my partner was Vanessa Torres. We were assigned to this new patrol route our department created back in October 2016, covering an area locals called the Hollows. Let me tell you, the Hollows wasn't exactly a tourist destination. It was miles of dense forest with this old, winding road cutting through it. The area got its name because of all these little valleys and dips in the terrain. The road itself, Hollows Road, was barely maintained, full of potholes, and ran for about 7 miles through some of the most isolated territory in the county. The worst part was that it passed right by this abandoned mining community. Back in '53, there was this terrible collapse that killed 17 miners. The company sealed up the main entrance, but there were rumors of other ways in. The whole place just had this heavy feeling about it, like the land itself was holding on to something dark. It started with something that seemed minor at the time. About 2 weeks into our patrols, Vanessa and I kept finding these piles of branches blocking the road, always in the exact same spot, about 4 miles in, where the road dips down near what used to be the miners' housing. At first, we figured it was just kids messing around or maybe wind bringing down dead branches, but they were too deliberately placed, laid out in perfect lines across the road, like someone was trying to create a barrier. We'd clear them away, file it in our report, and by our next patrol, they'd be back, exactly the same way. Eventually, we started taking pictures to document it, thinking maybe we could catch whoever was doing it. Then the noises started. I'll never forget the first time we heard them. It was around midnight during a late patrol in early November. We'd stopped to clear away another roadblock, and as I was dragging branches off to the side, I heard this grinding sound, like machinery, but with this weird rhythmic quality to it. Tap, grind, tap, coming from somewhere in the trees, but when we shined our flashlights, there was nothing there. Vanessa heard it too. She actually went a few yards into the woods with her hand on her weapon, but the sound seemed to move around us. We reported it, but what could we say? We heard strange noises in the forest. Sheriff Donovan just told us to note it and move on. But it kept happening. Sometimes it was that grinding noise. Sometimes it was like someone tapping on metal pipes deep underground. We started dreading that stretch of road. You could feel the tension as soon as we approached that area. The air felt different there, heavier somehow. Then came the night that really started to freak us out. It was late November, around 11 at night. I was on solo patrol because Vanessa had called in sick. I was approaching our usual trouble spot when my headlights caught something in the road ahead. I slowed down, thinking it was another branch barricade. It wasn't. There were people standing in the road, at least they looked like people. 3 of them spread out across the asphalt, wearing what looked like old mining gear, coveralls, helmets with lights that weren't on. They didn't move as I approached. They just stood there. I stopped about 50 feet away and hit my spotlight. That's when I noticed something was off about them. Their gear looked ancient, caked with something dark, and they weren't moving at all, not even swaying slightly like normal people do when standing still. I called it in, and Vanessa, who was apparently feeling better, volunteered to come out as backup. While waiting, I used the PA system to tell them to clear the road. No response. I didn't want to get out of my cruiser alone, so I just kept the spotlight on them and waited. 14 minutes. That's how long it took Vanessa to arrive. 14 minutes of watching these figures, standing perfectly still in my spotlight. When I saw her headlights coming around the bend, I looked in my rearview mirror for just a second. When I looked back, they were gone, just gone. No movement, no running into the woods, just not there anymore. Vanessa thought I was messing with her at first, but then we got out and checked the area. There were footprints in the mud at the shoulder of the road, deep impressions like whoever made them had been carrying something heavy. They led into the forest but disappeared after about 20 yards. After that incident, Sheriff Donovan implemented a buddy system for the Hollows patrol. No one rode that route alone anymore, but things only got weirder. Our equipment started malfunctioning whenever we were out there. The cruiser's electrical system would go haywire, lights flickering, radio cutting in and out, dashboard controls resetting themselves. Once the engine just died completely as we passed the old mining site. It started back up after about 10 minutes, but those were the longest 10 minutes of my life, sitting there in the dark with just our flashlights, listening to what sounded like distant voices from the forest. The radio was the worst. We'd get this low humming sound that would sometimes shift into what sounded like whispering. Dispatch could never hear it. It was only on our end. We'd catch fragments that sounded like words, but never clear enough to make out what they were saying. By early December, Vanessa and I were both on edge. We'd requested a different route, but with the department short-staffed, Donovan needed us to stick it out. He did agree to look into the history of the area more thoroughly and said he'd reached out to some state resources about potential hazards from the old mine, gas leaks or something that might explain our equipment issues. Then came December 3rd. I still struggled to piece together everything that happened. We started our patrol at 10 p.m. standard procedure, checking in with dispatch at the beginning of Hollows Road. Everything was normal at first. Cold night, few scattered snowflakes, but good visibility. We were tense, but managing. We'd been dealing with this for almost 2 months by that point. Around 11:30, we approached the usual spot. No barricade this time, which was unusual. As we slowed down, our radio suddenly emitted this ear-splitting screech, then went dead. The cruiser's headlights dimmed, but stayed on. That's when we saw him, a single figure at the edge of our headlights' reach, mining gear just like before. But this time he was waving his arm like he needed help. "We should call this in," Vanessa said, but our radio was still dead. The figure kept waving, becoming more agitated. We looked at each other, both thinking the same thing. What if it was actually someone who needed help this time? What if we just drove past someone in real danger? We decided to investigate, but cautiously. Both of us drew our weapons as we exited the vehicle. We left the engine running and the lights on, pointing toward the figure. As we approached, the figure turned and walked into the forest. Just at the tree line, he stopped and waved again, like he wanted us to follow. "Police officers, stop and identify yourself," Vanessa called out. That's when I felt it, what we later tried to describe as the air becoming thick. It was like a pressure change, like when your ears pop at high altitude, but throughout your whole body. The air felt dense, almost hard to move through, and the sounds, God, the sounds. From somewhere deep in the forest, or maybe beneath us, came the unmistakable noise of mining operations, drilling, machinery, the clank of metal tools, and voices, men's voices calling to each other, laughing, shouting warnings, but distorted somehow like they were coming through water. The figure at the tree line was joined by others now, emerging from between the trees, all in mining gear, all with the same strange, stilted movements. They kept waving us forward. I don't know why we followed. That's the part that still haunts me. Why didn't we retreat to the car? Why didn't we just leave? But something compelled us. Maybe curiosity, maybe some misguided sense of duty, or maybe something else was influencing us. We followed them into the forest, both of us with our weapons drawn. The sounds got louder as we walked, and the air got thicker. It felt like walking through molasses. Every step required more effort than the last. About 400 yards in, we entered a small clearing. The miners, at least a dozen now, formed a circle around us, and that's when we saw their faces. They didn't have any. Where faces should have been were just voids. Not darkness, not shadows, but nothingness, like looking at something your mind can't process. I fired. I know I did. I emptied my entire clip. Vanessa fired too, but the bullets seemed to disappear into those voids without effect. The figures didn't react at all. Then they started moving toward us. Slowly, deliberately. I don't remember much after that. Fragments come back in nightmares. The feeling of hands, cold, solid hands, gripping my arms, being pulled or dragged, the sensation of descending, though I don't recall seeing any entrance or stairway, the mining sounds becoming deafening, the air so thick it was like trying to breathe underwater, and whispers, constant whispers, right in my ear, in a language I couldn't understand, but somehow felt I should know. The next clear memory I have is of bright lights and shouting. Backup had arrived after we failed to check in. They found us wandering in the forest, disoriented, about 400 yards from our vehicle. My weapon was empty. Vanessa had 3 rounds left. We couldn't explain how we got there or what happened after we saw the faceless miners. The search team found no evidence of anyone else in the area, though they did discover our footprints leading to an old collapsed mine entrance, a secondary entrance that wasn't on any of the official maps, apparently sealed decades ago but now partially exposed. The medical examination showed we had symptoms of exposure far worse than the actual time we were missing would explain. Our stress hormone levels were off the charts, and both of us, when interviewed separately, gave identical accounts of what we'd experienced up to the point where the miners surrounded us. The department conducted a thorough investigation. They found records of similar incidents dating back to the 50s, always occurring in roughly 20-year cycles and always during autumn months, always near that secondary entrance. Hollows Road is permanently closed now. The official reason is structural concerns about the road's stability, but everyone in the department knows the real reason. Vanessa transferred to another county entirely. We still talk sometimes, trying to make sense of what happened, but how do you make sense of something like that? The department psychologist suggested it was a shared hallucination triggered by isolation, stress, and the power of local legends. Carbon monoxide from the old mine was another theory. But neither of those explanations accounts for the missing time, or why our weapons were fired, or the bruises in the shape of handprints that both of us had on our arms afterward, or why, for weeks after, both of us would sometimes hear tapping sounds in our homes at night. Tap, grind, tap. I still don't know what happened to us in the hollows that night. I don't know if those were ghosts or something else entirely. All I know is that sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see those faceless miners, and I still wonder what would have happened if our backup hadn't arrived when they did. Story 22. I've always considered myself someone who enjoys solitude. I work in IT in Minneapolis, and after months of back-to-back projects, conference calls, and dealing with people's problems, I desperately needed to disconnect. Not just from technology, but from everything. I wanted silence, real silence. That's how I found myself searching for remote cabin rentals last October. Not those fake remote tourist cabins with Wi-Fi and Netflix that are actually within walking distance of 3 other identical cabins. I wanted actual isolation. I found a listing for what seemed perfect. A small cabin on 40 acres of private land in the Ravenwood Forest area of northern Minnesota. The listing emphasized its off-grid nature as a selling point. No electricity, no running water, no cell service. Just a wood stove, a cot, some basic supplies, and miles of nothing but trees. The owner, an older guy named Ray, was hard to reach and seemed almost reluctant to rent it out. When I finally spoke with him, he asked strange questions about why I wanted to stay there and if I respected the forest. I figured he was just one of those eccentric outdoorsy types. He explained that I'd need to park at a designated area and hike about a quarter mile to reach the cabin. Perfect. I arrived on a Tuesday afternoon in late October. The drive up had been beautiful, all those fall colors, though most leaves had already fallen. The temperature was dropping, but I was prepared with warm clothes and supplies. Ray had left a hand-drawn map at our agreed drop point, and I followed a barely visible trail through increasingly dense forest. When I first saw the cabin, I felt that rush of satisfaction. It was exactly what I wanted. Small, rustic, isolated. Just one room with a metal cot against one wall, a wood stove, a small table with one chair, and some shelves with basic supplies. 2 windows, one facing east toward a small clearing, the other north toward denser forest. The outhouse was about 30 feet away, and there was a hand pump for water about 50 feet in the other direction. The first 2 days were perfect. I settled into a simple routine: wake with the sun, make coffee on the wood stove, go for long hikes, read books I'd brought, write in my journal, and turn in early after watching the stars. The silence was so complete it almost had weight to it. Occasionally I'd hear an owl or some rustling in the underbrush, but mostly it was just quiet. I slept better than I had in years. The 3rd night is when things changed. I'd gone to bed around 9, exhausted from a day-long hike. I woke sometime in the middle of the night to an odd sound. The wind had picked up, which wasn't unusual, but there was something wrong about it. The way it moved through the trees didn't sound natural. It would stop suddenly, then start again from a completely different direction. Then I heard it, a distinct thumping sound, 5 slow thuds, evenly spaced. Then silence. About 30 seconds later, again, thump, 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 thump. I sat up in bed, suddenly wide awake. It continued for maybe 20 minutes, then stopped. I convinced myself it was just a branch hitting something in the wind, though I knew that explanation didn't really fit what I'd heard. Eventually, I fell back asleep. The next morning, I told myself I'd overreacted. I made coffee and stepped outside to enjoy the crisp air. That's when I saw it. About 30 yards from the cabin, just at the tree line of the small clearing, was a crude cross made of 2 sticks bound together with what looked like red cloth. It was hanging from a low branch, gently swaying. I walked over to examine it. The sticks were freshly broken, not weathered, and the cloth was torn and dirty with what looked like black smudges. I touched it and immediately wished I hadn't. The cloth was damp and the black marks came off on my fingers. It smelled metallic. I looked around the clearing, suddenly feeling exposed. The forest seemed darker than before, the trees too close together. I told myself it was probably just some weird hunter's marker or maybe kids playing in the woods, though I knew there was no way anyone would casually hike this far into such remote territory. I decided to ignore it and went for a shorter hike than planned, sticking closer to the cabin. Throughout the day, I kept finding myself looking over my shoulder or stopping to listen. The forest felt different now, like it was holding its breath. When I returned to the cabin that afternoon, I found a second stick figure, this one hanging from a tree about 50 yards in the opposite direction from the first. This one was different, made with thicker branches and bound with what looked like a piece of faded blue fabric. I didn't touch this one, but I noticed it was positioned in a way that it seemed to be facing the cabin. My unease was growing, but I still tried to rationalize it. Maybe Ray came by to check on me. But why would he leave such weird objects? Maybe it was part of some local tradition I didn't understand. I spent the rest of the daylight hours gathering more firewood than I needed and checking the perimeter around the cabin. That's when I found the third and fourth figures. One was hanging from a tree near the path leading back to my car. This one made with twigs bound with yellow cloth. The fourth was near the water pump, larger than the others and constructed with what looked like pine branches tied with a strip of dark green fabric. I realized they were positioned in the 4 cardinal directions around the cabin, each about 50 yards out, a circle. By now, my heart was pounding. This was deliberate. Someone was watching me, moving around the property while I was away from the cabin or sleeping. I considered leaving immediately, but it was already late afternoon, and I didn't relish the idea of trying to find my way back to the car in the dark. I decided to stay one more night and leave at first light. I brought extra wood inside, made sure the cabin door was securely latched, and pushed the small table against it for good measure. I kept the lantern burning low and sat on the cot with my back against the wall, facing the door. I had a hunting knife with me that I now kept within reach. That night was the longest of my life. Around midnight, the wind picked up again with that same unnatural pattern. Then the thumping started, louder than before and definitely closer. 5 slow, deliberate thuds. Pause. 5 more. It moved around the cabin, never from the same direction, twice. Then I heard the footsteps, soft, careful steps circling the cabin, slow and methodical. They would stop for long periods, then start again. At one point, I swear I heard breathing outside the window. I sat frozen on that cot, knife in hand, afraid to move or make a sound. Eventually the footsteps faded and the thumping stopped. When the first gray light of dawn appeared, I was still sitting there, stiff and exhausted. I waited until I could see clearly outside before moving the table and opening the door. What I saw made my blood run cold. Hanging from the edge of the porch, directly in front of the door where it couldn't be missed, was a new stick figure. This one was different, more carefully constructed, with sticks that had been whittled smooth. The binding was red cloth like the first one, but cleaner, and embedded in the center of the figure was a small, smooth stone painted bright red. That was it. I grabbed my backpack, stuffed my essential belongings inside, and left everything else. I didn't even bother to close the cabin door behind me. As I started down the trail toward my car, I noticed how unnaturally quiet the forest was. No birds, no rustling, nothing but silence. The hike back to my car seemed to take forever. The trail looked different somehow, and twice I thought I'd lost my way. The whole time, I felt eyes on me from the trees. When I finally reached my car, I threw my pack in the back seat and drove away as fast as the dirt road would allow. It's been 4 months now, and I still wake up sometimes thinking I hear those 5 slow thuds. About 2 weeks after I got home, I tried to look up the cabin listing online to report what happened. It was gone. Not just the listing, any reference to a rental cabin in that area of Ravenwood Forest. I even tried to find Ray's contact information, but it was like he never existed. Out of obsessive curiosity, I looked up the coordinates on different mapping sites. Where the cabin should be, there's just an unmarked section of forest. According to every official map, there's nothing there. No cabin, no clearing, nothing. I don't know what was happening in those woods or what those stick figures meant. I don't know if it was Ray or locals or something else entirely. But I do know that something was marking territory around that cabin, methodically circling it at night, leaving increasingly personal warnings. That final figure with the red stone seemed like a message, one I'm thankful I didn't stay to fully understand. I've cancelled my plans for a solo camping trip this spring. Actually, I don't think I'll ever go into remote woods again. Some places don't want visitors, and some messages you don't want to receive.